So we're playing Dungeon Tales. Do you know what Dungeon Tales is? Okay, I went. It says that there are two of this game.
Alright, we do. What are we doing?
We're doing Dungeon Tales, dog. Choose a campaign. Drums of War. Max bonus fame 10. Rumors tell of an army of orcs gathering. Choose a class. Wizard class, obviously, because I'm a pimp. It's been a week at sea since you've been in Iron Mask Black Skies. Okay, group both. All right. Pirates suddenly appear on the deck, startling everyone. The captain yells, "Engage!" I'm gonna use a lightning bolt on these bitches. Are we on the same team?
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Why did I get to use so much? I'm gonna use another lightning bolt, set of lightning bolts. Dog, I just fucked them up. The party feels refreshed. Stay sharp, more pirates are coming. Your captain yells as a volley of arrows impales him. Dog. You feel appear on your neck. You dive into the churning sea. Search for survivors or loot the bodies.
Which one do you want to do?
Search for survivors.
We went for that first.
Run through with arrows is the captain. He holds a map. Leave the captain. Leave him. Because I don't have another choice. With grim faces, you get up and leave the captain behind. The captain coughs up blood. Find the sea wolf's lair and your way home. Go to a volcano.
What do we want to do? Okay.
Okay, you want the jungles?
Why do we want to go to?
Plus 10 fame, baby. Best me and I will perform. Oh, rousing ballad. 45.
You took a picture.
45. Oh, I beat her. Wait, stop.
Oh, stop.
You are engaged in a battle with a fire woman. Alright, I'm gonna paralyze this bitch. Oh, dude, she has a ton of health. Zoot uses Song of Life. The Rabbi uses Paralyze. Okay,
Stop.
fire one.
That's not good.
36. I'm gonna use Stone Skin. Zoot rolled a 15. That was awful. Rabbi uses Stone Skin.
That's not good. You got it.
Draw a game. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
See that?
I'll take the loss on that one. Conspiracy. What is this? I don't even know what this is. No one knows what this is. No one knows what one of these things is. No one knows what one of these things are. Zoot.
Come on, fight again.
Oh, yeah, we'll play it in a second. Oh, you need 7 people for that one. All right. Deep thoughts. What's
Fight Dungeon Tower again. I want to win.
okay? We're gonna play
You need 7 players.
easy.
What are we playing?
Dungeon Tales.
Okay.
Choose a class.
We're fighting.
Even at this distance, you can hear the pounding of the war drum. Approach. Let's approach them. Let's fuck them up. Human, no here. The central house. Me destroy. You. What do you want to do?
Jump.
We're charming this motherfucker. We need 28. Group rolled and passed with 20. The sentry is needed to charm by your and stepping to the side. You've earned your audience. War Chief Iraq lowers you. Want to talk? Must pass test. He gestures to a. What do you want to do? What do we perform? Okay. 20. 14. The orcs enjoy your song so much they forget about making yours. Okay, fight. Zoot, fight or brag?
Do you want to fight it, Brad?
Brag.
Oh,
17.
no, good.
9. Group pass. Okay, one more test. The shaman steps forward holding a bubbling green potion. Fake it or drink it.
Speak wise. On easy mode. All right, here we go. We're gonna play Go. It takes forever. Zoo. You're up, pimp. It was the worst move I've ever seen. Played this game?
No, how do you play?
It's too complicated to.
Am I winning?
No. Oh shit.
Did I just score?
Yeah, you did just score.
How did I score?
You removed one of my guys.
Oh, I get it now.
You don't get it.
Get it.
There you go.
I get it. You sure I didn't get it?
Yeah.
Try it.
I lost. I'm happy to lose. I want it to be over. go. You won Ocho. Two, two. You won. I won. You won Brawl Bots 3-2. You won Brawl Bots. That's 3-2. Soccer. That's 3-3. You won table. That's 4-3. I won. Uh, Bounce. That's 4-4. I won bowling. Word box. 6-4. Box 7-4. Disco 8-4. Ludo. Bingo 10-4. Blitz League 11-4. Art Corner 14-4. Dominoes 14-5. You won that. Backgammon 14-6. You won that. Cribbage 14-7. You won that. Bankroll. I won that 6. Gin Rummy. Who won that? No, I won it. 16 19-8. You won that. 21-9. Basketball 22. Big 2. Pussy Dose. I think you won 20. The Island. Maybe we could play the Island. We couldn't play. We did. Okay. I fucking forget who won that. Something like that.
I enjoyed it. Did you have fun?
Yeah.
Like 35-5. Here are a lot of those. We'll learn them. We'll be really good in rummy and backgammon. And Zoot, are you proud of the way that you played?
Yeah.
Good for you, man. I'm proud of you. You did well. And I'm really stand-up comedy, dog. Are you tempted to do stand-up comedy tonight?
Communication. That's it. You are actually humiliated yet again, and so he goes home and he sits down at a table and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography called which is the example of human life. Which is how the tortured soul, deeply spiritual individual,
Maybe even the
fairly
second.
clear
Shot drink is the blessing to do in the interview.
strain
I've got
of mental illness that permeates
I've got no drink is the blessing.
thing his thought would have a still impact
Such
on
events such as
Amsterdam Jew.
I think drink
It's and this 1888 somewhat fanciful image is showing Acosta here holding on to John Spinoza on his lap, and his colors are all dark, whereas Spinoza is fashion. He is, I think, in the final analysis, that even as an adult, and even having grappled with the incredibly difficult aspects of living any sort of Jewish life under the conditions of the Inquisition, able to gain full access and practice by those who. I would like to think, at least in a philosophical sense, I'm certainly not qualified to render any sort of judgment in a religious sense, that he's a part of that kidnapped child that is ultimately not culpable for the damage he did to himself, perhaps even to the damage he did to Jewish thought. That concludes my presentation on the sad life of Oriol da Costa. I'd like to thank you. Applaud now because it sounds good on the video. Okay. Doors, please. Fascinating individual. Doing the research just blew my mind. I read another book, that was fascinating, and I feel this tremendously underreported history of. So this is one of those tremendously underreported heroines of Jewish history that makes such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and existence, as we shall see, and I hope that I'll be able to convey. She is affectionately known by many Sephardim as La Senora, as the lady, because of her phenomenally important work on behalf of the Jewish people, her heroism, her really regal offense against her, as we shall see. In Hebrew, she's often known as Hagiveret. The translation this picture is most likely nothing like, and that's really what we're going to be concentrating on today. Here we go. Very heavily on her principal biographer is named Cecil Roth, the great interwar scholar and very accurate term to use to describe Gracia Nasi, using a lot of more current research, we call her. This is an extremely complicated subject. So, at her christening, I'm speaking about a woman who is a converso, a woman who lived a double life, posing at Portugal and later on through Europe, led a dual existence, posing, holding Jewish attitudes. So, at her christening, she received the name Beatrice de Luna Niquez. Beatrice is a name she never used in any form or sense. De Luna was one of her ancestral names in Hispanic culture. Is very common. Take both their mothers and their fathers. The family background in Aragon, which is a region of Spain. Niquez is also an interesting name. Both of these, by the way, were probably given to them by sponsors because when a Jew was baptized as part of the they would be approved by a sponsor. sponsor, typically a member of the royal family or a nobleman or something like that, and then the Jew now converts to name Luna is probably from. He preferred to use it because it alluded to his date of birth, which occurred right around this time. This, however, is a Latin term for it, which means saintly one. Beatus means saintly. I have when I try to pass in the street as a think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. So anyway, the Lafayette, even though they may have lived as Christians for 3, 4, 5 generations, they're still marrying other Jews who are similar to the deal. Marrying someone too close to you. These most commonly, but all of these names really apply to really living in two worlds. It's not that once a Jew converted to Christianity, especially under duress, that they could simply adopt his position to root out those conversions and actually adopted a faith. They were always being in that new faith. And the smallest considered acceptable behavior could be grounds for incredible persecution, confiscation of their wealth, when it was not at all the case, was something that plagued converts for many generations, even though it wished to become complete, enthusiastic, authentic Christians, had of suspicion. A rather interesting depiction of who have been accused of, I think that is, of going practicing Jewish rites. They're both wearing this rich caption in French that says, this refers to a man, a Jew, who was condemned to himself through his confession. He has, admitted, yes, I love bagels and lox, and I eat them every Saturday morning, things like that. And as a result, he is, they would also give them the benefit of strangulation prior to their burning so that they could, die a somewhat less brutal death. This figure on the right is saying, I refuse to confess my sins. I am actually a good Christian. I just like bagels. And the French says a person who will be burned by the decree of the Inquisition. He's credited sadder because he's really rather innocent and just. But in both cases, we're talking about and whether they confess or whether they don't confess, they don't regret it, they are still bound by these Kafka experience of Iberian Jewry, including primarily Spain and Portugal. Lectures are really going to borrow heavily from this experience. We should consider the facts that can be compared only to the Holocaust in our times. Spain was a country that had housed the Jews for centuries, had given them a phenomenal golden age, had been the home of Yehuda Halevi, diplomats like Chastai and Shakrut, scholars like Shmuel Hanagrel, scholars like Maimonides is true. Spain was like America. Spain was a tremendous home of the Jews for centuries upon centuries. And the rupture of Jewish continuity in this peninsula was overwhelming. And in fact, took Sephardic Jews centuries to get over it, and maybe they haven't gotten over it. Today. To be sure, the next 100 years, Jews are obsessed with the idea of how did Spain fall, what it meant for the unfolding of the Messianic period.
What the fuck?
So we really can't minimize the impact of the end of Iberian Jewry on the Jewish consciousness. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora of Sephardic Jews, that is, Jews from Spain. We're specifically going to be looking at Jews who were expelled from Spain around 1492, or some had left a little earlier, and then went to Portugal over here, where our heroine is born. She had her life in Lisbon. Here, I'll show you a map that shows how she fled Lisbon and made her way, like many of the expellees, up to England, and then Italy, and ultimately to Constantinople over here. The influence of Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles throughout the entire Mediterranean basin had a telling impact on the future development of Jewish intellectual and creative thought for centuries. So let's look at the collapse of Spanish Jewry and understand a little bit of the roots of the Inquisition. As I mentioned, Spain went through several centuries of phenomenal acclaim. Jews reached the highest level of cultural activity, their scholarship, they had, they were really the leaders, like in America in many ways. intellectual activity of publication, literature. We had a Jew who was the head of the army in one region of Spain for a while. An incredible amount of achievements. It all came crashing to a halt, in particular in 1391, when there was a tremendous backlash after a few years after the death of one of the greater of the Jewish political figures in Spain, and there was a widespread pogrom that raged through Cordova. This is the Alhambra Palace, which was possibly built by Jews in Spanish Cordova. Following the 1391 pogrom, which was quite significant, there was more and more Christian influence coming down into Spain, and one of the attributes of the Iberian Peninsula in the Christian context is that since it is only on the borderland, but geographically, it's also on the borderland religiously as well. Spain, Arianism in particular, was a Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately ousted in the 4th century, and of course, Spain was Muslim after the 8th century. It had the zeal of a convert, if I can say that about an entire peninsula. The Spaniards in particular were often trying to demonstrate their Catholic bona fides, and one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to the faith was very, very strong anti-Jewish streak that appeared over and over again. In our context, perhaps the most significant are the history of disputations, which raged throughout Spain. 12 great scholars when so there was just more and more events that were culminating in those two Christianity. Many Jews feeling the violent harm had the demands of their persecutors and had taken on baptism. This was an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago. Many Jews there chose to commit suicide, murdering their own children. Horrific examples. In Spain, many Jews chose the road of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, these Christians of the Jewish religion who are sort of waiting to go back to Judaism, they're hoping that the political things will calm down. This incensed the church and those things. And so they appointed Thomas Torquemada, who is reputed to have Jewish origins himself, as the Grand Inquisitor. So-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Christian Jewish rites. Christianity were exempt from the reach to where Jews would be, or new Christians, excuse me, would be arrested, and then they would be were employed to try to coerce, stretching, form boarding, some really devices like extremely uncomfortable positions for long periods of time, as we saw in the 19th in Stalinist Russia, that all kinds of things. They would say anything under torture, and so then those people who were betrayed, who may have been innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured, and this expanded far out of control. In fact, it went way past the Christian community and even attacked Christians with impact credentials. The Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also drawn into the net of Torquemada's excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition became proverbial as a purge-like witch hunt that goes on and on. Or the new Christians, excuse me, I keep on making that mistake, wearing these hats of shame, these long conical hats, later witches' hats, and the dunce caps, where they would be, which would guarantee if they refused, which is the, of course, the auto da fe, the acts of faith, so-called by church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate directed primarily at many historians have tried to find translations for this term from medieval Latin. In reality, it's simply derived from an Old Spanish word in pig. Jew is like popular the verso. These are Jews who had converted or eating their Jewish. And let us bear in mind that the nature of the
YouTube line.
replacing the Jew was considered very suspect. Of course, if Jews
Discord. We'll forgive you this one. Really? Oh, for sure. No, don't blame anybody.
Just like in the Stalinist example, it made it go larger and larger. So essentially, the condition of Jews in Spain specifically
Everybody hates Louis Klein. Oh, somebody talked about Wayne Dick. Oh, you're the best.
With this document, which of course is the decree of expulsion that was signed by Ferdinand and Isabella.
Yeah, that sounds.
Time the Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to what's going on now. Portugal's a little different. Portugal, you know, the country on the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards. Of course, in 1492, felt that the easiest route to take to flee Spain would be simply to go to neighboring Portugal. And in fact, they did. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbor if they had it. So they adopted a policy which was economically prudent, and that is they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees with a very cheap and temporary residence fee. Jews had to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in Lisbon for any length of time, and there were fees for crossing certain bridges and fees for remaining in certain places and so on. And the Portuguese hoped to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time as King, now I wish I had written this down, there's a king, there's several of them actually, in Spain, who's often referred to as King John in English literature. But in more modern scholarship, his Portuguese spelling is used, which is spelled Jajoao, right? And my daughter who's fluent in Spanish, not Portuguese, I was trying to figure out with her, how do you say that? Jayo. She thought it was like wow. Could you imagine naming your son wow? So she actually said jowl. So anyways, I think I'll go with John. But luckily for today, the only Portuguese king we're talking is pronounced Frank. No, Manuel. So King Joao died, I think, in late 1495, and Manuel was the younger man who needed a bride. Ferdinand and Isabella had a daughter, also named Isabella, but she refused to marry the King of Portugal. She united the entire peninsula. She refused to marry the King of Portugal while Portugal housed Jews. So Manuel had a choice to make. Should he expunge all the Jewish presence in his land, which was economically not expedient at all? Portugal had a huge windfall by having the Jews come into their region because, after all, the Jews were incredibly experienced traders, very, very experienced in commerce, literate, and so on. And so he really wasn't sure what to do about this, but Isabella was quite fanatical about this. She would not marry him otherwise, and so he came up with a kind of a plan. The plan was essentially to forcibly convert the Jews of Portugal to Christianity, and then expel whatever was left. But that way he was hoping to keep the population and their business acumen and their business connections and so on, and of course their wealth. Then a small number he could simply expel them, and he would win the favor of Isabella. And this is exactly the plan that he followed. With incredible cruelty, however, he began by looking at the economically weakest elements of the Jewish population, and he tore away some 700 children from and forced them, shipped them off to the little island of Sao Tome, sealed within on the equator, a relatively new possession of the Portuguese, who were at this time engaged in tremendous maritime activities. There was the 700 lives, and according to a contemporary chronicler, many of them were actually devoured by the great lizards that lived on that island. I'm not sure if they actually have lizards that live there. Could be a fanciful. It's actually, I looked at a photo drive, but this this is a monitor visit. At any rate, I wanted to picture a big lizard. I forgot there would be a professor of biology. But at any rate, it's a sad story. It's not for children. So finally, I guess, kill. Torture under duress and under a large Russo population as well. However, Manuel was not simple about this. This was purely
check
a
out this
political
whole
choice.
thing.
In other words, he said, oh, pretend you're Christian, but we're not going to look too closely at you for 2 decades. And that was the Jews, unhappy as they were, was definitely brutal and they were exposed to torture. Nevertheless, they could more or less continue their lives as normal, more or less, under Portugal, with much greater freedom than they had enjoyed in Spain and the Inquisition. There was no Inquisition in Portugal at this time. There was no interference of the church demanding that they norms. And so initially, the Portuguese experience was really quite different from that of Spain. And it was in this environment that when the gospel was born, probably in the year 1310, that is some 15 years after the expulsion from Spain. She was married, as I mentioned earlier. The Mendes family were very good into banking, into jewels, very heavily on the huge maritime trade that Portugal was opening up in the late 14th and early 15th century. Vasco da Gama, the great explorer, had already gone around the Horn of Africa and had discovered another route towards and so there was a tremendous amount of trade to be had by supplanting the old overland route for spices from the Orient and taking it by sea and offering a much cheaper price to the expanding European markets. So the Mendes family were able to extend back to the Portuguese kings, loaning them sufficient funds to mount these massive maritime exploits, and then receiving a period the ships came in, so to speak, making the Mendes extremely wealthy and powerful and very closely related to the king. So one of many commercial families, she married within the larger commercial community. And here you see a painting of her from the famous artist Carl Zick, that shows Francisco here as somewhat younger than he probably was. He was twice her age when they married at 1840. But nevertheless, they enjoyed a brief but very happy marriage together that produced named Anna. Now, the problem is that the converso wealth that they had was a promise. It gave them tremendous power at all times because they were able to leverage that wealth for policies that they promoted for the benefit of the Jewish community. They were extremely and pretensions from the deprivations of those who would denounce them. Let's have a look at one more kind, which is a thing that the author did put into this picture. You can see she's holding a scroll here. And when you look closely at the scroll, and I guess what it says there, right, beautiful passage from the book of Psalms. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my tongue cleave to my mouth. symbol of Judaism back then, but nevertheless. So, to extend Rabbbi, she was 18, she was a widow at age 25, making her a very tremendous examination. She was married to Amanda Fortune. Maybe if I hold it further away. Is that better? She was heir to a tremendous fortune, and once she was widow at age 24, incredibly powerful. Now, her husband had a brother named Diogo who was living as well. The whole family sadly that details with you. But in 16th, 17th century Europe, widowhood was one of those few ways that women could exert power in the world. Certainly on a small scale, but when you like Lazia, who was working with and sometimes in opposition to kings and queens and really powerful individuals, popes, her widowhood was really what gave her independence and her might, her ability to actually flex her muscles financially and achieve her will. They were acting in a clandestine fashion when they were married together in Lisbon, primarily to thwart the Inquisition, which eventually did make its way to Portugal, but a lot of activities to try to prevent the church from extending the Inquisition there. Very liberal bride, and perhaps of inquisitorial officials. But the Inquisition was impossible to hold back. The smallest things set them off. So, for example, there was a Jewish quarter, which they still have like a Jewish quarter kind of a ghetto type of setup, but it's more like what they would call in Boca Raton a gated community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a young Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house hoping to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, and this happened to be Erev Pesach, the Passover Seder. And of course, these are new Christians, conversos. And of course, he came out and he proclaimed that it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, in another occasion, when there was a plague, a whole bunch of new Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the back lit up a cross at one end of the room with an unusual essence. Many of the Christians that this was a miraculous sign that in fact the plague was about to be lifted, and a converso, you can tell us how the Jewish approach, he scoffed at the idea that this trick of the light meant there was divine favor. This incensed the entire church population, and they rioted shortly thereafter. So you can see the kind of tinderbox that Lisbon was at this time as the Inquisition was approaching. So flee Lisbon and made her way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of the places she tried to get out because, of course, her phenomenal wealth meant that the ruling authorities refused to allow her passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her working for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply refuse her passage. She was allowed to travel. But the other hand, they allow her Spain, and Portugal. Spans across the English Channel to Antwerp, where she met up with her brother. She brought with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but someone who will be very important in her later life. Not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact, this would have disastrous consequences for all of them. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story, because we have this beautiful map here, she made her way down to the south of France, to Venice for a while, to Ferrara, where she was a very active, and she most likely was in Ferrara, where she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism, and eventually she made her way to Constantinople, where she most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, or Muslims, who were openly inviting Jews to come to Muslim lands and were laughing out loud in press and all kinds of proclamations that the Christian persecution of Jews was in fact enriching the Ottoman territory. Various sultans to this effect. When she was in Ferrara, in particular, recall at this point she met up with Diogo, and there's a lot of fascinating sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations over the estate that belonged to her late husband and her brother. Ultimately, her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth of the house of Nassim, even over his own wife and daughter. He felt it should be a better steward of that wealth, as we shall see from the Jack. So when she was in Ferrara, up until this point, has been extremely praising and
Unprecedented. Look at it.
for Jews who are fleeing
Look at this move.
Persecutions and depredations at the hand of the church. In Ferrara, she did differently, and she becomes a great patron of Jewish scholarship. Two works in particular are associated with her activity. The first is the work of Samuel Ruske, a famous work which has been translated into English, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a sort of historical and authoritative nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Hebrew Tanakh into Judeo-Spanish, into Ladino. It's got a fascinating kind of cover on it. You can see that the frontispiece here has a depiction of a ship in a stormy sea with sea monsters and open mast. And it's an unusual kind of emblem to put on the front page of a Bible. Anyone have any thoughts on why she would choose to have it decorated so? This special Bible written in the spirit really of the age, of course, publishing in German and so on. I was writing a Bible that conversos could read in a language that they would having this kind of image on the cover. What do you think about like as a whole? Imagine these conversos traveling from place to place and trying to stay afloat, and yet, you know, the mast is broken and the winds are blowing. You know, I like the windows here in the corner, and it's very dangerous, and nevertheless, they're making their way through the sea. I find it very evocative and beautiful in myself. Well, that's the one I find interesting. Now, this one is a family concept, so let's recall that the way the wealth is managed up at this point, she has all the money from her husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law in Antwerp, has the other. That's largely because her husband felt that Diogo had assisted in producing that wealth, but in reality, the child, who was known as Chica, she's named after her aunt, after Gracia. Chica means the young one, and that's often used to distinguish her from her. But it seems that her sister, younger sister, is really not enthusiastic about around and the secret converso cultures. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian. And all this, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. Are you actually seriously talking about moving to Istanbul of all places? It didn't appeal to her at all. And she becomes more and more when it comes to the discussions that her husband and Gracia were having about the possibility of fleeing Europe altogether. Ultimately, after Diogo passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all of the money in the control of Gracia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Gracia, the sister to the church, and claimed that her sister, truthfully, her sister was secretly living as a Jew, and that she, therefore, Brianda, the younger sister, deserved all of the wealth of the family, and should be arrested, possibly tortured, and killed, and so on. It was a really difficult point in Gracia's life. You can imagine this human conflict had reached such a fever pitch, but it was clear there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Brianda's way of thinking. She had grown used to the life of heavy consumption that was associated with the uber wealthy of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. She applied her, Gracia had anticipated this and had very liberally agreed of all kinds of church and temporal officials trying to pull back from a lawsuit challenging authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually reaching a court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in a legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire amazing feat. It just shows you how this whole money is. On the other hand, there was also a rabbinic court on this particular issue that included some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, this is the 16th century. This is the era when you have Moshe Vitrani, for example, and none other than Rabbbi Joseph Karo, the author of the Code of who debated this point, and ironically, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Joseph Karo, disagreed with Gracia Mendez. She felt she was a wonderful person, and they did great things for the Jewish people. It wasn't right that the sister didn't get an inheritance, and that the niece didn't get an inheritance either. But that's another story beyond that. Part of this whole debate was surrounding as well who would the younger child interest that she could end up marrying. One of the at this point on a bit of discussion of the role of kings here, but there are tremendous amount of the House of Nasi. In this particular case, George, the Holy Roman Emperor, had a wife who wanted to marry off Chica to one of her closest friends, and in so doing, hoped to garner the assets that belong to the family. When the queen approached Gracia Nasi about this, she actually avoided her several times by feigning illness, and when was finally forced to answer what would she say about this particular marriage, said, intemperately, I would rather see my niece drown than marry to that man. Very strong language, which meant that she really had to flee Europe, because there was no more excuse for her adoption. So the end of finally Gracia Massi had revealed her Jewish identity by a new poet, Paul IV. A large converso community. These are, remember, Christianity. You have regulars, and then you had this where formally to Christianity and were in such confession, but were nevertheless living pretty much openly as Jews, marrying with each other, talking culture, and all kinds of things like this. And Jewish, because that was the church law, you can't simply, but they were not prepared to live as Christians. Many centers were Jews. So and here, the zealous inquisitor, these conversos in Ancona, proceeded to take the traditional inquisitorial and others, so on, threatening to bring them. Gracia amended, of course, incense and wrongful to prevent the abuse of religionists, went so far as the aid of the Sultan of Turkey, which indicates that any sort of maltreatment of these conversos would result in potentially military action from the Ottoman. Gracia also international trade and refusing to do business. That was really would actually bring their Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn in, as did several local communities who were heavily dependent on the Ancona tribe. Failed. And 100 were took to shelter as a result. She, however, devoted most of the energies of the last. She essentially bought from the Ottomans. She, in perpetuity, she developed the city of Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee. In exchange, of course, the city of Tiberias, which is modeled in many ways on the successful city of Scott, the specific intervention and her philanthropy. So look at her legacy. This is perhaps our best chance of guessing what she actually did. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her niece's 18th Nasi, on the Hebrew here, on her 18th birthday. This is whatever degree there is.
Celebrations on the
In so many ways,
give up and
not
they
only
said,
in the land of Israel, from the Spanish. Thank you.
Go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had. So he here has the neck is strapped and we just have to running around deeply alone with this thing. This invocation is breaking with Mongol tradition and kinship. Important thing above all else. Story where he's abandoned over and over and over. His father's obligation
I want to talk about
under law and custom to marry her when her husband died. Can you describe?
So that's the first important.
How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there? The story of religion is not intense. What they generation after generation, John become clear who the father was.
First
And
is
all of these issues go back for a long time.
across the culture.
And later he wrote alcohol.
Into places like a huge shift.
Part not only because of what had happened to his mother,
How that affected the way
was
Jews
what
thought.
happened next in his life.
And the second shift was even more of a story of Ashkenazi's wife
was
from the
her
traditional
kidnapping
homeland
was
of
the
the
dividing
or the
going to
Germans,
one
let's say.
place.
Between two
Genghis
wars,
Khan, the conqueror,
these
created
are two very important factors.
that
That
this might be
represented
he described. First of all, his love for this woman.
Now,
What that
Jews are no
means.
stranger significantly over the course of the
Early in bed when he was 8 years old,
but
but
it's
she
not
was not.
here.
to be living with him, making him happy. He has trying to come up to this there to the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. And takes the baby girl to the living.
And everyone's waiting.
She has one next
Later, he opens the door again. We just heard that.
Still wasn't in our idea.
So all
They're coming
hot
in the
cars,
dark.
Ukrainians, Lithuanians,
They know there's
are going to do all these
they live out past us
non
and
sexuality is not
they
as
know
status they have was
that they're coming from that.
finally
So she leaves
yours
the other wife.
really
Leaves his own lady, ready to go.
the door and he said,
They pile into Granny's car away from there. His
those are the beaches where
for another ride.
you felt to be more welcome. This one airline. First century are still reeling from the incredible Jews of the 15th century was reeling, trying to understand what it means that the golden age of Spain came to over
His father at one point, his father had gone away for him. So he
So
went there.
it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration for
His mother
economic,
had brought
it's an
a sable
upheaval,
coat
it's a
as a
destruction
gift
of
for
a civilization that then had to be repacked elsewhere.
from marriage.
It's also
So
important
he
to
took
note
the coat
in this regard that
and he
there are
took
a lot of
it and he
Jews who
gave
are
it as a
actually
gift
heading to the west,
to Rothschild and asked for
not
his help.
necessarily but Brazil, Curacao, or Northern Europe, particularly the Netherlands, Amsterdam, and Troy,
is gone, and one of the big
one
challenges
last detail before I get, of course, there were crypto Jews who chose to mask their Jewish sensibilities and identities under a Christian guise, sometimes
His
called
family
Mulattoes,
had
which
winter
is
camp
inherently
close to
derogatory
where
term.
Mother Earth was living
And
with her children.
their history is also
And so the
fascinating,
two
but not
boys
so
met during the
derogatory.
winter time.
The second major element of the ship's demographic is
One
what
of
we
the
see
four
there
generations
blue line
earlier,
top of the line, which shows the Jews in Western Europe
herself was
making
kidnapped.
their way
And actually,
to
Yelko was the
particularly
descendant of
Poland,
her,
Lithuania,
the fact that she was
Ukraine,
pregnant
and
at the moment
Polish
of
regions of
kidnapping.
Baltic.
And then
This
Temujin
was
is
for two
descended
basic
from
reasons.
her
One,
to the new
increasing
kidnapping
levels
of
of
John.
anti-Semitism in Western
So they're
Europe,
both
based on
good.
factors we
This
earlier
is from
videos,
the same
and secondly, very good attraction
origin.
to these
However,
new economic zones.
their lives were
Their
similar, and
Russian
they both
economy
lost
is
their
very
fathers
poorly
very
developed, and
But
there's tremendous
John also
opportunity
lost
for
the
Jews
mother.
if they really
So he grew up in a household with his grandfather and siblings. Unlike Temujin, with no household, no siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, who spent all that several wives. So he grew up with a bunch of older women, which later he said was an influence on his life. But the two boys met. So they come from different backgrounds, and Joe has not as deprived by any means as the life of Buddhism, but he has this emotional deprivation, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is a language. And there are several different types of friendship. Friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something like disruptive technology. They swore that they would be there forever, protect each other, and help each other at every moment. And they exchanged knuckleballs. So each one of them had a knuckleball that changes the way we do business. Knuckleballs are used in these games, but it's also used to forecast the future. It's very strange. On the ice, this winter time it won't go around that part where the sea says on Fahrenheit. You slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. If you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound, and it's just like a singing. I mean, so once this one, this version of Anda, then several years later they swear it again, but this time there's like older boys, and they have those, and so they exchange arrows with each other. The text is very specific. And the horn cut it off of a 2-year-old calf. And he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow. Which is used for several purposes. When you're hungry, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make that aesthetic. It had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged robot by the exit until they had been close friends. On the hunt and over at nevertheless, you can see some troops over there. So the three set out some troops from Bongo. He himself did not go to his troops. But he sent some troops under the jungle with his troops. Not necessarily as basically just to put it in his family. Set off to find the hardcore people of the Silicon Valley because they go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, to the market, Democratic, we're going to total another. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill their populace at least. Because critical able on hospitals the creation and dissemination of all information is also possible. If we skip our word, these troops that move in on the market camp, they're also getting ready to get out as well. Specifically, that has no idea who's somebody. So she and
had
she runs to him, and they reunite, and he grabs her, embraces her.
multicultural population.
This is the goal. This is why we are here. Yes, aside from the thing that did his first century. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his own creativity that was expressed
in Mongol society.
at the center of it. You have people like together with his emotion
The older brother has complete authority over the younger siblings. They have to refer to him all the time. He refers to them as chief, the greatest widow. So it would have been common that Esther eventually, when he passed through puberty,
didn't gather a lot of force, but it'll give you a sense of what's going on. And finally, of course, the Rizal, who let's see, his
Temujin was
grave
trying to
is
prevent it. It was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he was the older brother.
is on the right,
Temujin dismantled him.
on the left.
And he was already ready to order him around, so he would take things like a fish or bird, Temujin had gone in perfectly accepted.
And also one of the great systematic wide range of writing. It's so hard to flinch. He kind of like made
Somebody recorded
a
once.
system around that to actually comprehend without following.
Just take stuff.
Yes, he can do anything he wants, just around with his younger siblings.
The Rizal, the great Rabbi Isaac,
So, in the record, they kind of put a
study
blame on
under
this
the Rabbah for his system.
which I'm not
And
totally
although they
sure
studied
that's
together
really the
for
way.
only a period of a few months,
Okay,
they don't know most important how it's
for whatever reason, he and his
Why to use something that feels to me like
writing.
it's like the final straw.
Social
Here,
kill him.
by the scholarship
Interesting
Spain
from the
had its
dynamics of what
heyday
was going on
for 100
before,
years.
but
They
then there was
themselves
shadow. And, you were worse
and
than
ultimately they were
everything that she
overtaken
could
by
think could be worse about.
Latino, how their squashes declined, but Ashkenazic and Germanic language
Nothing is showing up in the record.
and related to
But I don't think it was a deeply meaningful. What I don't think was a mostly deeply meaningful for it was
Torah, look at the
was
rabbis,
gone.
and
All was
Quranic
extremely
that
off.
It's interesting. It's not a big deal. George Sword.
Here it is. It's reliable. This is right here. What you're doing. That's where yellow is. Setting it down. All of the oral tradition.
So he had that experience.
Some of those oral traditions could explain the kids. One you have to say prayer and sacrifice. Certainly on my bucket, we have a controversy. You know, something for the church.
There's certainly a strong
Because
love
the
story
Rabbbi came out with his commentary.
He was willing to kill. He was willing to die. In order to get her back.
I'll give you another example.
Back.
I've served.
So they decided to stay together.
Not they were all serving different government nations that move around academic careers. And there's this one thing. And if you look at literature, this is all the time. It's not done in Europe, and there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present. Why is that? Because there's my the government nation. That was the first one to actually write it down. Others are saying, well,
You don't see the stars.
check it out. Here it is. That
You don't know what was happening. If I sit there,
so that's one of the things I want with this disruption. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright yourself. It represents a revival
celebrate.
They're not the Jewish. They're very heavily on Julian and Kabbalah, and it was
And he as his first.
and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we're a little behind in getting it good. But so the joke, and this is an original, I think. Joke goes like this. I would like to say a short Torah, in that period before, during sunset, during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give a Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah, between the Kamara, by the way. And the rabbi's giving his Dvar Torah, and he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best Balabatim gets up and walks out of shore. One of his congregants gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his talk. I mean, the Rav is used to having people get cell phone calls like that, but have his best member really is most of the shul right in the middle of my Dvar Torah. Shlomi says, I had to get a haircut. And the Rav says, you had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha? And he says, to synagogue on Friday night to have an automatic to this particular figure. He's like, we're going to hear it for you. But basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Sfat school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious, intellectual, really mainly known, but he's one particular prayer that he wrote, as we shall see, a wedding gift gave to his bride, which adds up to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it, and it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was extremes of Judaism as they were known then and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without L'chadoti. I don't know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but L'chadoti is pretty much that. Over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I do an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, the L'chadoti prayer in more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical actual tradition. Okay. So here's his grave. I'll actually have a few here. In the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also tour with. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or things like that. Algebra. I think that's right. And little factoid from my daughter there. We're not exactly sure his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature. So it could be that he came from Moorish Arabs in Turkey. So it's difficult to say exactly. Later, his family origins are. They definitely have signals, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. Between 1505 to 1584, comparatively relatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was the teacher. 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echo. So let's try context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. It's very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale is nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity of it is nothing like the Holocaust, only the suddenness perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand, shown here, decided after here, of course, Tisha B'Av is the national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a Jewish history scene, and an ensuing expulsion as well. Particularly Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse and very important people like Don Garcia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way, and the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece, and essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist. He made his way first to Thessalonica. Again, we're not sure exactly what were, but he shows up first in Salonik, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Taitai, who's left behind several writings as one of these brilliant early Kabbalist period, who was reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on it for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through the several towns in Turkey, and particularly Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looks like, but not Rabbi Yosef Karo, to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of this great legal mind who composed the 4-section code of Jewish law, was also a noted Kabbalist, and in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap, and he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Kaitzak that we saw earlier. And it was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a de rigueur tradition now for Jews. The there's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Sinai, the Jews slept in, so he had to make thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. But a custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo were studying together. Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who would come over the course of his life. And as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as we do in this synagogue and many others. And there's a particular text that Sephardim in particular used. This is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Sfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him Jewish celebrities, really such a phenomenal. Can't have anything quite like this. An all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reasons for that was the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Azikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. And he goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, and so on. And it's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important Kabbalist, and the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramah, a person who's very, very dear to my own research. And ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alkabetz's sister. Rabbi Alkabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law. The teacher became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples own teachings afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Sfat, or Saphet as in English? What is so special about Saphet? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century. The first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in North Jerusalem, for example, why this town of Sfat, a good 100. Do you remember the Abramson rule of history? It's all the money. You know why something happens, Judith? The answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you can figure out the who benefits, they say, right? Who gets the benefits? But in Russian, I like it better. Who's feeding who? Right? You figure out who's getting the benefit of it, and then you usually figure out what's going on. So if you look at Sfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax which encouraged the development of business style and import export businesses in spot during that century made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsions, where Jews are leaving, they're looking to invest, they're looking to settle down somewhere, they need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new place spot? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was the next question. Well, it could serve as a crossroads to because the way the Galil is set up, right? It usually has an mountain. Yeah, but it's got a big presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find, but important. And that is spiritual tourism, a new industry that was very big at the time, and that is, and in fact, by the way, the alphabet was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of the righteous ones, was considered like, an act of great piety. People were finding these graves all over the place. Most of the graves that we visit in Israel today, they're of doubtful origins, but Tzfat was really wonderful. It has lands for growth, has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there, people sit up, and actually your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? I mean, there's no water there, it's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us there together in one place, and we'll figure out how to make money. And in fact, it happened. So that just boomed for about 80 years, and they had a problem with earthquakes and plagues, and that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down, and it declined significantly since then. But the first 3 quarters of the century were great. Judith,
They don't specify that. They always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where.
Crusades are definitely way over by this point. And to my mind, we're over by like 400 years, 350 years.
1228, Chickasaw died in
Okay.
27.
Yeah.
So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the...
To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the coast. So even those, those arrivals by sea would not have affected Tzfat. And it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely has strategic value. But they found ways to funnel out a lot of their funds when invested in a particular industry or real estate. Tax Iran really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, then culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle. They have universities develop where there is a significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of higher culture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to ply their trade in religious thought. Here's an interesting picture. I wonder if can you zoom this back a little bit? You can't see the full picture. Some of the graves there, you can't really see it, I'm sorry. Some of the graves there, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You should put me on the camera right now. This is one of her favorite cities, by the way. So you can just see they're colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye. Blue is considered Here is the Ramak, who's one of the great disciples of the Rothschild. And way up here you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who was without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. Luria usually influenced Hasidic thought far more than Rabbi Cordovero or his teacher. They had this tremendous concentration in one place. It was perhaps not the most well-known, was probably at the time. She was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, and he had many actively learning in his classes based on the relative ages of these people. And it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s, their most creative, and many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying often under tragic circumstances, Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkabetz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many titles. Unfortunately, it's quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply no of these texts, but we can have them. Only a handful in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the, I believe it was in the 1570s by that point, so correct me, Dave. I think so. And Strauss had already had such tremendous reputation, and he had come specifically to study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkabetz, Rabbi Cordovero, and then Rabbi Cordovero died just a few months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name had been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his grandfather, his father, excuse me. But what did he do for a living? He only left behind a few signatures on communal documents, indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was some recluse when it comes to their main activity was the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as, an aska, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Caro, the author of the show, involved in those kinds of things, so he himself would consult with Alkabetz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities once again from his disciple, the Ramak, and or divorces, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, but it also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain, Gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think of the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but it's like going to concentration camps. Well, I can imagine such a thing. It was extreme, bizarre, and strange, but what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forest surrounding spots in the regions like you see in this photograph here. And he would wander around, following rivers and over fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long, hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a book or something, and Rabbi Alkovitz would say, on this spot is no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus strange body positions, and the spiritual. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero claims that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, driving the spiritual influence from them. It definitely sounds very strange. It reminds me of a joke. I'm not sure I can include the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell about the woman in Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, "You go to Tibet for? It's like it's past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Boca or something?" "No, I want to go to Tibet." So she goes to the travel agent. The travel agent says, "Tibet at your age, on your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way? I insist on going to Tibet." So he sells her a ticket. To Tibet, she lands there. She says, "I'm about to visit the Holy Mountain." They say, it's quite a long distance. It's not like there's no five-star hotels between here. And she says, "I don't care." So they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yacht to the Holy Mountain. And she says, "I want to climb the Holy Mountain." They say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. It's a very difficult thing, and it's dangerous. She says, "I don't care. Get me another Sherpa. Get me, all the guys I need." Sure enough, she climbs the Holy Mountain. She says, "I want to enter the temple. You can't go in there. No one except the disciple is allowed." She doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, "I want to speak to the holy man." And they're all afraid. The holy man sitting there in total silence, amazed in the lotus position, meditating. And she says to him, "How are you ready?" Should get me in trouble.
200 years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything.
It's already. Thank you, Jules, for letting me get to the end of the joke. Anyways, so he would do these kinds of things and have these kinds of experiences and so on. And these visiting of graves, you can see that, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture. How is the visiting of graves a religious activity? He has then sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today, the lighting of candles. There's a little sign here that says you're not allowed to, stretching oneself out on a grave, which has biblical precedence as well, the prayers, the meditations, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world, was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? Measuring of wicks? It was a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years, that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. And then later, they would take that cotton string back home, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women. That unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovin on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what the value is and so on, that certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his readings. Maybe I'll pause a question or two. And Yosef, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew-English siddur? I appreciate it very much. You want to have any questions? Or the earliest, the earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rabbbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which will be 2nd century. That's the one that's certainly most celebrated.
With solar panels, and they could get TV out in the middle
Sure.
of the step. Still, they're living a similar life. Young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks.
11-9.
If it's on a
How
motorbike,
is 11-9?
they're still doing it.
Now, 11-9. So Av is 11, but the 9th is the month of Av. Very good. Okay, they also have the 11-9 is the night of Kristallnacht. Was also on 11-9. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary. That he began to quote his student deliberately, and the most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting, and I'd like to show you or play for you, but it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of Sabbath more than any other prayers. Myself, many times during the week, when especially Wednesdays, if I start humming Lechato D to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's a deep association or roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary. play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe I'll give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, was apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. And it describes, it's got some mystical language. It basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the inviting God to their welcome as well. And then after there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about this, then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to and the yearning for its I'm in the Messianic age, and then connecting at the very end to the arrival. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there was one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath, and another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his side to, as we're welcome the Sabbath Queen into his home, which is why, by the way, the custom is a universal custom that although everyone faces east during the prayers, for the last stanza, everyone turns around as it were welcoming us, kind of on a dark note. And since it's such a beautiful uplifting prayer, mourners and congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over. It's simply too happy. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence, let us welcome. Come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is the God, or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcome as Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says Shamor, right, guard it. And another place says Zachor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one only God made us hear. Made us hear the Ten Commandments. God is one, and His name is one, for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the other week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Versus the spiritual energy. From the beginning, and this beautiful phrase, the last to be created, but the first in thought. Meaning that God said, well, we have to have this fantastic world, so we can have Shabbos. So we set Shabbos aside, that was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Now there's a shift from that kind of, welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic the Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the King, royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. You will recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about very, very small populations. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered exile itself. Long have you dwelled of weeping, he will shout passion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse, that's first David, the Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age. Draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed. In you will my people afflicted find shelter, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast off. This idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Right word is read out mightily and short, so might of God. Once again, the Messiah, then we shall be glad and and by the way, I should mention here, I really need to explain these things to us, but there are certain points, even though there are melodies for the Father, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Like feel not ashamed, be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. But so when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, we have a swell that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall, enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God. Even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I'm going to play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each of them. I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these are sung. You may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourself, and you're going to, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Carlebach, a unique sort of soulful tune. Now, another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. It's one of my favorites.
You have this perfect weapon.
Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of sit and listen to these all day, but I happen to be in Avelos over loss of my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for a very long period of time. I'm at that stage in my morning, for the last 11 months, 12 months actually, this part of it where you're not allowed to listen to music, that when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So, at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. And very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He faces Shakespeare in terms of impact on the Jewish people, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences there was a bridge, I don't know how long, it was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something, and it was abandoned during the week, but on Friday night, they would have a restaurant Hasidic minyan there, and the Chazan would sing the Kadodi, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come, and then outside, there were like several minyanim people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minyan, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, okay, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat, most of them were Hasidic and so on. But outside, there all these Jews were coming en route to a soccer game or, various other secular activities in mind. No intention of observing the Sabbath other than listening to the Chadodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Shlomo Alphabet, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.
They were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everyone. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you they had a lot of arrows. So it is, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of there, and they also would retrieve arrows. Little arrow. Also, they had to carry. Every soldier had to be able to sew, and sometimes there could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan, and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pageantry behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to just dry dairy products. Auto is called, and they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day and choppers up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building up iron. as well at the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing. The Mongols, left is east, for right is west. So those two wings, and then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center that was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. And they usually didn't have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, make them go away, so there, or the army would move through. But they never marched the way other armies do in a line. It's on its own path, you could say, all parallel together. Very precise ways of doing things. And it was a secret with him, and he used the best. But he also, he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shikiguto, for example, Supreme Jump, he was in command one time of a group in battling in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan, with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we'll talk about it. He was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to come back. He gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine, he lies. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him. So they had this base from steppe warfare.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, perfect joke for tonight. The other one said it's older than I am, so I'll probably tell that one. But I may tell later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from Neil Zachary Weiser, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So, Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and is in a terrible mood. And he says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. Because, Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. Okay. I'm not going to shul. And Mom says, well, Benjamin, what's the matter? He says, you know, I feel terrible going to shul. Says Benjamin. You have to go for two reasons. First of all, before announcements, first of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph, exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but in Antwerp with my family. I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same order. And I too use PowerPoint. I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more, I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching, and it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Of course, on Bora Souza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachaneh, b'toch hamachaneh, in the camp or outside the camp? These kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture by our good friends Mal Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joker auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz. They do fantastic things in the community. Molly is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on significant work which has been published. So the manuscript hopefully will send you to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the Trump. As I was just saying to my, we were starting his bar mitzvah lesson, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has three levels, the three levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters, without the consonants, cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so you can make words of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the truck. When you're able and set the music that people can appreciate. So for both Molly and Steve, we're really grateful, and I hope you'll support the show and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have it there. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. I never had these videos, that's why I'm going to get in trouble. Now, one more good welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes, but I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Denise Malka.
Because it's used to riding the open step. They can do all kinds of dynamic movements that can certainly and then also the other famous things is the pain retreat.
Thank you. So what this is all about is that my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with a very disabilities, especially autism. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can. Then welfare, let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is the marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements discussed, at least in brief tonight, that are certainly inspired by Jewish ideas. But ultimately, the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I will later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level. But in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this happened, by the way, at age 23, might have been 24, before he had made a mark on exercises of intellectual historians, has been to try and perform the archaeology of that excommunication to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far clear, but I hope to work some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication, and I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who should be better served outside the community. So we'll hopefully explore that. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event, with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was with his infant son, Mike. Spinoza had direct contact with one of the Rabbis, a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house in the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza, lucky in love, he was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though. Kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One of the many ways, now that I think, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans. Byproducts of a still quite young Protestant Reformation, and as a result, trinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. In common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Deerfield Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them, I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. What kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, it's most evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations. And the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid. And this shit lost, right? My Chinese friend, Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto. And there was lived about 30 miles away in Massachusetts because we didn't fit in either. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like as well, because obviously they're not Calvinists and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which associated with the Catholics? And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dieter Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond this quieted, new employment to seek advancement in cultural institutions. When they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dieter Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the socialism and other secular as well, and in that, he says, exacerbated tensions for Romans and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit happy with anyone who is non-conformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story. I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay. I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. questions? Yes, please.
So how should we think about the itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people for every family that lost someone. It's a total loss. No, it doesn't matter what the number is. It's a tremendous loss. And there was
I'll tell you
tremendous
exactly.
loss of life.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were
I don't
invited,
think we should
but they were not
judge him
disinvited once they proved their economic
other
worth.
conquerors in history and other
It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and thanks, Steve says Laura. Okay, all right. It's been a long time.
People are killing
Car with no pedals and no brake pedals. Yeah, okay, all right, okay. So, okay, anyway, so there are less of Jewish stuff in the Netherlands, which are, fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often, are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on in one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and implored to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her view was something really, to dwell about, so to speak. That's what the Queen, that's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Urgeschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. Expulsion is 1497. That is just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what's Trutzach? What are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They were davening in a home. They arrested all of them. And by the time it got sorted out, they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And I said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have built 20 years later. And they did not have official permission to form get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeding, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that's on Spinoza. So let's talk about he was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term baruch, although this time through French root, known as bento from the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good, balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with education. So the idea that somehow he is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing, he received a very well-balanced themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a deep Protestant named Franciscus van den Emden, who was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology. And it was Van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under Van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent I'm sure you're familiar with this most famous statement, which means, translated usually as I think, really it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes and you'll get a sense. So, Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the thing can be relied upon. Nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, Greek philosophy, there's no way to read with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. Ultimately, he says, I'll be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts if this table that I'm writing at exists, I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real, nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages. It's really quite engaging. And then, so what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So when there are 2 possibilities that exist, either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself I'm here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming, I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether or whether an evil genius is making this, I know
Just a
I must
story of our
exist
life begins
because
far
there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. So that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. You know, at that point, all the priests say to him, Yashakoa, well, your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to, like, for example, the existence of very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it will take a long time. I know that Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God, but he had recreating what an amazing thing, 7th century France, French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started his philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's not these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this. The religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Leon is a legend from religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's what I was saying, German is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian you see in mathematics, the Cartesian graph, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. We'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation. Biblical text. No reliance on just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact. The way people were like turning away from the old style religion, their own brain power, with their own reason, that was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk. I haven't studied it in great depth. But I've read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This Deus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think, I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karlovac. He was speaking to a group of college students and says, okay, I want to know, who are you people, and put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran, and someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. So as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning, for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or there is nothing other than He, which is received these influences through Kabbalistic circulating, but it is a difficult thought theologically. Really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even of godliness was in fact godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, as I was preparing the lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, the concept of hashgacha, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that Ein od milvado. But there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity. And that wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read, was levied against him, was this idea that he did not the dead, but in fact he did believe in immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of. He did not, value every verse in the first, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God. We have it. He felt that it's clearly that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's door because he first opened up this concept, the Bible not necessarily divine, at least not in a meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic sense, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an express existence to persist in existence. The idea of religion and politics being in one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, Logica Politicus, the Tractate of the and Politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level. This would grinding machines and grinding glasses down to get them to the right shape appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in, day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, such so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco von Emden. Remember he was his secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories indicate that she fell for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had a long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment. But in phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on? People were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. He did, as we shall see, some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay. The lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounced. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people. The sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls, 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication which Joshua ben Jericho, the curse which Elisha cursed the boys, castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed day and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed is up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord But you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity. That's about 6 feet. Nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of questions that are salient or questions.
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just, part of the community, of a community doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can, without being in any specific group. So it's not like he can just, this is it. Yes, please. Right. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card carrier. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows. It's that we're strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make a kol nidre. So curse also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. If you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 8. You're right, but nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you have 100 years earlier if you go to Europe. This is where you have people who, don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, you weren't. And actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and Mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, you know what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the Kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last one. Yeah, cursed. Well, I Yeah, like my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. You know, she was a very wise woman. Okay, so yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of it. So, Stephen Nadler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So, he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz-Dietrich Löwe's theory, that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. What Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, into trying to keep everyone straight and narrow, more so than other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were threats and additional during that period. So there is a strong tool very liberally because stuff that got them into this trouble. So now there are chronicles things like religious example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone showed their bona fides, everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means like before Kiddush, here, gambling, marriage without parental consent, interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into cherem. Yes, I know. You want to object to that? So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. My daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You look at the Talmud, that one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion. But sof called sof, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? It mean if the community is saying if you get married when a ban, when the Torah the Talmud explicitly says you can't get married without your parental consent. It means the parents are breaking the rules, yeah. That it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. Reasons they want to make sure that their society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow. 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an oath have often been put into cherem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against parents' will. We have evidence that he hasn't published anything, really as his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was like taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many who felt that this guy Spinoza, who is recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues that it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth. This ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that, because he might talk to you, but it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here, kind of things he's thinking about. I might even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No, Elisa, no more questions. I got to me about that later. Okay, but it seems that it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has a lot. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the justification of his case, but he did not protest. He admitted, simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at his tender age in his 20s, and he spent the remainder of his life, about 20 more years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder inside of the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended. The only thing I want is he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant. So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So it's here confusing, because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous to his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think, study of Jewish influence on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who's really explored the historical literature, but, always thought are uncanny. And nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bastovim, who a paitan, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, with much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention. Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell so that I can with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in a coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders? No. Okay, Baruch Hashem. So I'll tell you this joke, and then we'll be able to get right to the material. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I shouldn't tell it? It's too late already. All right, too late. So he says that he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. We were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a river, and we saw in the middle of it was a rock, and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, "Oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars. They were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, they're probably basically parked. I-95 cars went 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back." And the third student says, "You think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday." It's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think, Mr. Rodriguez? Cut it out? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you're not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish. It'd be very, very hard pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have spot or certain songs we sing or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on. and even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38. And in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He said, no, I don't want that either. Because, we want to say sponsored by anonymously so people that it's worthwhile to sponsor the lectures. He didn't want that either, so anonymous. Okay, thank you anonymously. Okay, let's go. And by the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Did anyone hear Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah, so anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge. And we're very grateful for the support for the Shir and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah. And thank you very much. All of you. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as Moors in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot questions of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a. I said, if this is, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein passing the shaila without hesitation. I should say Eloki just to be Yotze Kol Hadeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who is called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. So that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He is also known by a little bit more formalized term, Ari Zal, which stands for the lion of memory. Zal, like Zichron Livracha. So sometimes that's all brought together in one word. The Ari Zal, meaning the lion of blessed memory. But his name actually was Tzak, family name Luria, possibly a rather famous family from unlikely because they were Levim and he was not. And Ashkenaz, he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is in Sfat, which is a renowned site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, Ramban Synagogue, which is shown here. Even though its dimensions, it was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this. Before we build the big building, it gives you a sense of how weak the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to the Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove the Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at a time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. What Jews were doing that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 6th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel. Still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel. At the beginning of the 16th century, we have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept very good records, but it was something that would not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to making as an art. Very fine calligraphy and the illuminations and the arabesque decorations and so on. They felt that's a book, the value in it. And so although they viewed it as something kind of useful if you had to, okay, fine, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented, and so the forces in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even, because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized, this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to admire printing as well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had applied their trade in. But interestingly, two other areas, the Ottomans or the Jews had significant advancement. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had in Europe developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is because Jews are typically Jews live on the borderline of societies, often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is all. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer, one would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very edge sort of culture. Will tell me that the country is built on things that aren't tied down very well eventually, make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that. Some of you I have one or two people who watch in California, but anyways. And also, strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments. They had a lot of weapon making they had developed in Europe with advanced sciences going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, rather surprising kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews had especially pioneered the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world, and one of the very few peoples who could easily transverse boundary and find, pockets of support within. Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous boon. The Ottoman emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the Europeans for expelling the Jews because he was extremely happy to bring them in his empire and then to advance the economies in Greece, in Turkey. And Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail, but basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There was no way they could identify so much tax. They taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes, communal collection of funds appropriately. They would leave both in Europe and in the Arab lands. They would tax with sales, so for you, sire, and the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins use in the community. It's called tax farming, and typically a couple of reasons. One is their numeracy, the fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers, literacy as well, and they had a long tradition of this. It extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so there's a lot of reasons why Jews are a favored choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak Luria himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was named Solomon, and most likely Ashkenazic lands. He was called the Ashkenazi, kind of designation that you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi, as we know her brother's family. Solomon died when a young we have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, as in fact with his life in general. But Isaac is called a katan when his father died, which we would assume would mean he was no older than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo. Mordecai was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai, they prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of relationships, but he married his first cousin, daughter of Guy Francis. His uncle, Mordecai France, as the name implies, in Ladino, Francis has Ashkenazi background. He also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee, and I'll ask Yes. The question is, were the Jews in France at this time? Basically, yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland. We're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast area of Provence and so on, but they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim, and by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they've really diverged significantly from Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on between the Bali Tosfot and the Maimonidean camp, for example, is quite intense, even from the 13th century. A little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza, just a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from Mr. Rodriguez. He's got this time he knows it automatically, he knows it cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. And that gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the years. Tremendous stroke. And through poring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mentioned Yitzhak Luria in the 16th century. So what do we know about him from the Cairo Geniza? We have primarily commercial documents, bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was a pepper. We know he was involved in selling leather. He has some, it's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment for, he sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to Tzfat. Just a kind of an interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he sold all of his business accounts and made sure that was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming. But anyways, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing in various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in two specific aspects of study characterize this early period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is a Jewish study. You can study what's called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah, and Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, of information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to develop quite extensive training to do so. It's a body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and of books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter, but the sense of the revealed, it means that basically anyone can approach this text, their level of training, they may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Torah Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to achieved great personal training. This is this Torah of truth until you have eaten wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the Torah. And in fact was a subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works, and repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own times, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of qualifications. They should be married. They should have completed all of the revealed, the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. For example, but that's basically it's a wide mister. And we know quite a bit about his participation to form a kind of tentacle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of excellence. If any of this definitely had a strong impact on him, because he would later form a much Shita was were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent mastery knew definitely all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar. future of our people, right? This is great. She says, okay, let's give her a round of applause. I have to repeat the question though. Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard. That Reuven would take Shimon aside and say, listen, you know, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in. And it was a group, it was a support group, really. Psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would like promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like the Piaseczna Rebbe had the same thing. They're a repeating trope in Jewish history. And care about Judaism, work together to try communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. That whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. You know, I've heard about some communities up north, you know, you're not supposed to have internet in your house, so they'll have people who walk outside the front of you receive social ostracism, and they'll cut off your YouTube, and then you won't be able to watch these edifying lectures. Oh, the last thing he did. Now, the Rabbis, this island, and he's only in Hebrew and engage in, you know, holy association. He's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, you know, while reading the Torah, he gets to a very, very high level, and then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical that is level, and it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews, some of the brightest minds of Gerush Sfard, of the Spanish and Portuguese expo, was Rabbi terms of Kabbalah. The Ribbaz, the Arizal teacher had spent some time in Spot and had been exposed to it and encouraged under the Ramah, who had emerged as a great thought at the time. The thought of the Ramah, and now we're taking out, I have to tell you what exactly for limited purposes and understand what is going on in Sfat that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. The Kabbalah means to receive something. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God, as many of the mystics will find, this up and they're greeted with some kind of message they later communicate, and it's inaccessible beyond, there's no reason you can use to understand it. It's simply an experience. Or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term, but it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance. There's a lot of controversy that it is ancient work, as many of it doesn't date from the ancient period, authored by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Most scholars believe, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain, or become the focal point of all Kabbalist research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, in my opinion, is that it's almost translated into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what is it all about. It's a that much space, and it's just so arcane and complicated. The metaphors are weird, and it sounds very New Age. I mean, it's perfect for New Age kind of stuff. I know how to make the sense out of it. I will tell you that on a personal, when I was about, about 25 Israel, it's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week, days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halakha, so you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each selection, there was always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rebbe, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old, I don't know anything. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead. And so he says, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramak did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal's teacher, is that he systematized Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Yak. But more important, basically, manuals for Kabbalah, Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down. This is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean fashion, meaning he took this scattered, bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramak surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to specifically study under the Ramak. Just to give you a taste of the Ramak's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. That never stopped me or anybody. Is the process of creation, which is ongoing, unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, He allowed His light, as it were, to penetrate in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malchut. More we could say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, I'm up at where the word tree is, and then He descends through Keter, Bina, Chokmah, through all of these spheroid until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retinas. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun because of the radiation of the sun. Actually, if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look in the second mirror reflecting the first mirror reflecting the sun, then it's much easier to look at the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has more of the radiation until you're able to see it. That's essentially what the sphere what they're doing. God's light, as it were, goes into the top, and it is filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this world here. There are a tremendous amount of implications for what the spheroids do. They're associated with the human body, associated with the human soul. They can manipulate it. They are interrelated. But that takes far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, a little bit of a self-plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in about 3 months. We'll look forward to it. We'll have some music, and I think a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book, and it's certainly the most well-understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically, what he does in Tomer Devorah is he says, if God emanates and presents Himself, as it were, to the world through these 10 spheres, a mitzvah of imitating God, imitatio Dei, v'halachta b'derachav, you shall walk in His way. Then we should imitate each one of those those various spheroids that will not die in Kabbalah, and that's ultimately what we're supposed to. For example, times when we're supposed to Gevurah. For example, we're attacked, God forbid, and Israel rises up and defend itself. So it means it has to energize the sphere of Gevurah. By acting appropriately with Gevurah, we then, as it were, excite the sphere of Gevurah, and God sends more of that into the world. By matching our behavior with the attributes of these sphirot, we can infuse the world with more when we should not. For example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says it's a terrible thing to do because you're using Gevurah inappropriately. Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for Gevurah, and you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong sphere at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which deals with Keter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of Jewish spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book. Let's go on. This is a kind of cool cover, right? Palm tree. Okay. So the Ari becomes the Ramach's disciple. Again, they only learn together for about 18 months. And then the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who is not even 50 years old, is kid that brings his Kabbalah greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but actual text written by the Arizal, almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, was Rabbi Chaim. He goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, as he records in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven, they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. On earth, they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Elu va'elu divrei Elokim Chaim. These and these are the word of the living God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Tzfat. Here we have an amazing and incredible creativity at this time. Besides the Ramach, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish law, halakha. He claimed to read communications from an Maggid, which he later wrote about, and he would just write down what the Maggid told him to write down. So they were definitely, Kabbalah and halakha deeply intertwined with one another in Tzfat. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lachado D ritual of going out into the fields Friday night, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock, Yehuda Bar Eloi. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record it in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a pastime to go around and find these graves of the tzaddikim. Rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, and it's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of experience. That's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever. Why did this become so powerful in our thought? So I'm going to throw a slide here. Let's try to understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes we have, and we'll see so profound and why made. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insight. And he instructed his students not to write reserved esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed death. Try to enforce this. In particular, Reb Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramak, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the try a lid on the river, the word spread far and wide. Happening was some of the people who had studied the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and start manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, contradicting each other. Possible because the fact that we have no actual writings, which is very disjointed, and nevertheless, we can identify that seem to be common to all of the students, and they are so powerful that they kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of shvira, or the breaking of the vessels. Physical law that mirrors natural law. That God's the Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into the creation, placing human beings and particular Jews at the center of a cataclysmic crisis ongoing until the final redemption. How so? This concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or break, refers to some kind of, when people see this light of God, into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, never served. That's why they put the spoon in the tea glass, otherwise they put the hot water. So the first vessel shattered because they could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. The light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters. So it flows into the third vessel. In this part of the world, the universe, the system kind of slows down because the universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, pieces of the shattered vessel. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup is, and they can feel and touch. And apprehend with my senses is now how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and in particular Jews, is to identify the divine spark in everything, and then to divine redemption. And the way we do that is by mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going so this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect and if we fail to do so, bury the spark deeper in the klipa. So every action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence, and even sleeping existence, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, support this ultimate redemption of the universe. Fascinating and intricate and absorbing the Arizal's Kabbalah, kind of like motivation to go do something because a daily sequence. The way you do this is through something called yichudim. We're running out of time to go into that in greater detail. But one kind of detail that I find interesting to pronounce that, apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up reading the face. And one of the things that the Arizal will do, just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, the idea he was through the divine name, through the alphabet, the whole quasi-scientific that we have is a Sorianic Kabbalah, and that whatever person did it's the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. And isn't it fascinating? Between classes, you can sponsor a class. Just too bizarre, though, in many ways. So these are the kinds of things that he would do. He would meet people, and he would say, "I know what happened yesterday," and so on, all related to this tikkun. So his legacy, here's an image of his grave and the tradition of Tzfat, the graves of tzaddikim are decorated in blue, and it's a noted his legacy is so deep, it's very hard even to find a place where it does not reach. Certainly, it reaches very deeply and to the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters were deeply influenced by where the Vilna Gaon was also a novelist. It reaches beyond that into the rituals and songs and practices of Tikkun Olam we mentioned earlier, and his sense of the drama of human existence. How this man, in this really of about 3 years, from age 35 to 38, he was able to articulate with us to such a degree that we feel as revelations from Tzfat even to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week, we're going joke this today's material because we're going to be looking at someone who is slightly antinomian in his story. I didn't wash Natilas Yadayim before eating bread last week. The bread wasn't kosher. And bread wasn't kosher. Restaurant. What were you doing? So that's not laugh for tonight. So tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to Mr. Eliezer, to Hermes, who had sponsored the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially because it the cost of our lovely assistant, Ms. Eliza Abramson, who greets at the door, prepares the cookies, and Mr. Rodriguez, who is now actually amassing a bit of a fan club online. They say, go to Mr. Rodriguez, because they enjoyed the video. So thank you very much, the shul. I appreciate it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is a tremendous sponsorship. I'm very grateful to have you here. So tonight we're going to look at very significant. He explained the biblical tribe of Reuben, and we'll speak about what that means shortly. Basically, he's a rather anomalous and highly early 60s, and he makes a tremendous tararam where he introduces himself with success to popes and kings and emperors, and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the 3 tribes, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, somewhere in the Far East, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. Amazingly, he was like a comet on the European political scene for about 10 years. But he created not only a lot of consternation in the particular century, his meteoric rise to fame was fascinating, and I think gives us some pause to think about to world history as a whole. So what I'd like to do over the next 55 minutes is just give you a quick overview of life of David, and I think that by the end of the evening you'll have thought and wonder, but we will leave with a lot more questions and answers as usual. So, our story begins really here in Oxford, England. We know of David Rubeini from non-Jewish sources. Many, centers of power had him traipse through their hallways at various points in the early 16th century. But the document that gives us information on Rubeini is his diary, which he composed and then would actually, have people read as a sort of travelogue to bolster his own authority. The diary was purchased by the Bodleian Library of Oxford in the middle of the 19th century. It was duly copied out and then promptly lost. So unfortunately, we've lost the original text, which is highly unfortunate because it means that we don't have a lot of paleographic evidence. We don't have, for example, to see who rewrote them. If it was perhaps a scribe involved, perhaps involved. A lot of things are difficult in this journal, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre place names that he cites because we can't compare his handwriting. Nevertheless, his diary does exist. A copy was published in a critical edition in 1992 and has been the source of some wonderment for the last 100-odd years. This is one of the more important buildings in the Bodleian Library. It's a little surprise for my daughter over there because I actually spent quite a bit of time this summer working in this library where I have a lot of fond memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic Judaic collection, and I'm going to tell you a personal story that I think you might find interesting. This is what they do in Oxford, by the way. This is me several years ago. This is what they call punt, which is not what they say in America. Have that ball and you kick it with your foot. Punting is you get these flat boats, you go on the Churchwell River, and you pull along like in a gondola kind of thing. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. And of course, you have to do this kind of hunting with a lovely lady sitting next to you. So this is Aliza when she was, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old. You all know her now because she's 18 and she's like, the greeter. And there she is. Picture of her also in Oxford there. So sweet. Anyways, I have a couple of funny stories. I'll tell you both. No, I can't help it. The first one is the library story. So it's a really old library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library. And they have a lot of arcane bizarre. One of those rules is, believe it or not, that the library, you have to have credentials. I had that in the letter of introduction. I had to have all kinds of stuff to get into the stacks there. And you go to the library office, you present your credentials, and you present your research purpose and so on, things like that. And they make you take an oath. They make you swear an oath that you will not set fire to the books. So, why do I have to take this oath? She said, apparently, like in the 1500s, it's cold. And the students would say, we don't really need another couple of Virgil and Aeneid, do we? And they would set fires to keep themselves warm in the library. So they made this rule, and it's been a rule. I would be, responsible for it on a heavenly level as well. So I was, for a moment, I was put back. I didn't know what to do. And so then I asked myself, I swear, Rabbinic language, it did not set fire to the books. Like Kurt said, I could read it, I got access and all that stuff. Is there's a Jewish mitzvah that when you buy new vessels, new cooking vessels, you're supposed to, before you use them, you're supposed to immerse them in a mikvah. Before, that's just one of those. And if you don't have a mikvah, you can use any flowing water. So there's no mikvah in Oxford, but they have that Churchwell River, which is actually the Thames. It turns into the Thames. But it's a really old town, and they have these banks that are really, really high. They're 6 or 8 feet high. You can't just stand on the edge. And so I was carrying this huge bag of pots, like Santa Claus, in this big bag. And the only place that I could where I could put these in a mikvah is if I walked down to where the punts were released, like you'd rent the punts. And so I walked down there, and I'm wearing a suit like this, and I got all these dishes, and I'm in the water, and their owners show up and start taking pictures of me. And I realized they must be thinking this is a native Oxfordian washing his dishes. Okay, let's go back to our regularly fun stories from Oxford. Anyways, it is a beautiful town and an amazing university, and I was very happy. So, David Reubeni, he first shows up in Venice in 1523, and he says, I come from Abyssinia. Possibly he came from Sudan. There's a huge debate among two of the major scholars on Reubeni as to where exactly that was, but he claims to be somewhere down here, either in Ethiopia or in Sudan, in the Upper Nile region. Quotes a long travel places that he visited and strange customs that the place names that he mentions on his travel log are garbled. They're it's very hard to see. The consensus of modern scholarship is that he never was any of these places, and that he's just reporting things that he had heard from others. Travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery, and in fact, one of the commentators on him wrote in the 1930s that his reputation for veracity was not particularly high. So a lot of the things that he says about his origins, we simply don't know. In fact, we don't even know if he is Ashkenazi or Sephardi. He was visibly, the politically correct term is a little person. I'm speaking about a midget or a dwarf, use the older terms. A very small person, often wore Islamic robes, which would have looked very exotic and fascinating to Europeans. And in fact, he claimed to have pretended to be a Muslim on many occasions. In fact, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad when he was living in Egypt. But there's no real evidence to indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are like, for example, the phrase, which I will modern Hebrew, nice little ki hakas misalek adat. So that is ki hakas rhyming. So that persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of Versos, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity, or who perhaps had become expelled from Portugal and Spain in the late 15th century, and Creole, because he quotes in an offhand and obviously quasi-conversion process they were including, immersing themselves in the mikvah, along with the guy wearing a suit and the pots in Oxford. And also, this is not practiced today, they would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and toenails. Kind of like, if you're familiar with slave, the captured woman in the Torah. So that custom, meaning they had converted to Christianity and then they had emigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they, this is what they went through. So at one time, how he purchased a slave woman, and then he manumitted her, and in the course of his description, he describes that this is what they did to her with the cutting of her hair and trimming of her fingernails, which is something that's not required for conversion to Judaism, but may have indicated that he carefully don't know, it's lost, and he certainly wasn't telling us. So we're just guessing. At any rate, he's in the Middle East, and he shows up in Europe where the fun starts. So I mentioned he appears in Venice. Oh, look at this. The screen is a little too small. So, well, I'll just have to, I hope I can remember everything I wrote there. He's small, as I mentioned, swarthy person. It's the screen. The resolution is different. And he was surrounded by a lot of circumstance. He liked to, for example, get expensive, beautiful white stallion, and he would have like these gorgeous banners that would proclaim him. He claimed to the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. Anyone remember what's special about those three tribes? No, but we'll ask an audience member, please. Exactly. You'll recall. Thank you very much. Excellent. This is your first time here, isn't it? Amazing. Well, welcome. Just don't ask any hard questions. Okay? But this is what happened. Yeah, if you recall the story of the conquest of Israel, there were Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh who said, you know what, Aka, why are we going into Israel? This looks like a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic, with roots of the Hungarians. And they said that, I've used that joke too many times now. But so they stayed on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would be today something like Jordan, Syria. And Moses made a deal with them that they could have that land as long as they came in and fought for Israel first and so on. So there's this kind of mystery of those 2.5 tribes that never settled in Israel. And Reubeni, he took the name, Reubeni meaning from Reuben, to say that yes, they're still there. There's 100,000 of them. And so with all of this, the noise and fury, and was not buying it. There were a few significant individuals who were willing to support him, but by and large, the Jews to be most. And he specifically asked for one. He wants letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to get these two countries, the Holy Roman Empire, historians like to joke, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some political connotation. It was basically Central Europe, what we call today Germany and environs. He wanted to get France and Germany essentially to unite, and for the purposes of attacking the Muslims, as we shall see. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armaments. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would lead to the Muslim empire. And the third thing is he wanted a visit to Portugal, which is especially significant, as we shall see. Now, but we'll come back to that. I know I said four things, but I actually meant three things. If you're paying attention. He specifically wanted to go to Jeddah over here. And the idea was that he would somehow, with all of these ships, attack Jeddah with, once again, the support of the Holy Roman Empire and the French, and of course the Holy See, the Catholic Church. And this would somehow disrupt the Arab control of much of the trade, and especially the Arabian Sea, because India, you recall, we're talking about a time now, it's age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all world exploration. And they've established a lot of feeding posts along the Indian coast, and they were defending very forcefully. Their main competitor in the region, besides the European nations who were slow to pick up on this, their main competitor were the Arabs who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Rouhani wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So the Jeddah is maybe not the best port, because you'll recall there's no Suez Canal at this time. So it's not like people are in the Red Sea to get to the Arabian Sea and out to India. Aden would have been perhaps a much better port for that, but there's something else. It's really close to Mecca, right? Mecca being, of course, the center of the Arab world spiritually, and so on. So an attack on the port city of Jeddah could really disrupt a lot of Muslim thinking and could really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical, nothing less than Armageddon. And that's where we get to the messianic aspect of this. Many historians believe that ultimately he wanted to provoke the coming of Mashiach, a war against between the Muslim and Christians. But before I put this out of order, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention there's four things. I forgot and I recall. The other thing is to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Prester John. Anyone recall this name? It's one of those weird footnotes in medieval history. Prester John was this widely held belief that there was somewhere in the Far East a offering communion to his subjects who had like hundreds of thousands of souls just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow, dominate the globe and be Muslim, infidel, and so on. So all kinds of these strange, large geopolitical forces that were tectonic forces, really, that are pulling at each other. And Rouhani is trying to pull on those strings and get the popes to go along with this idea that everything would result in a messianic. But specifically, he was thinking clearly of a Jewish messianic conclusion. His real goal was the fourth request, which was, many of them sought refuge on the edge of the Iberian Sea in Portugal. Why? Because of Judaizing, of just doing the Christianity for show, but in reality practicing Judaism. of the second generation and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was prior to this primarily a religious conflict. The rest of Europe, once a Jew converts and they see a sign, oh, it's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally comes out and says, what is it with you people?
That live among us, ghettoization, exploitation, may not live.
It's very powerful.
Those are the three states.
Is a joy of Holocaust history.
That actually the Inquisition able and that the Jews originally were on board.
Verso community, sometimes called Murano community, they were highly endogamous. They had all kinds of business relations. They were exempt from all the second class, in about 1965, 1970. That would be the same kind of feeling, except how much more so because Jews were not even allowed into Portugal. And here he is wanting to show result. Strictly speaking, if this theory is true, it's not like he's saying, but he believed he could bring about science by sparking this, massive conflagration. With King John in 1524, he was very about his intention to see Jerusalem. He made some announcements that the Ottomans would, and he provoked a young man named Diego. Oh, by the way, this picture here, this, creating it from memory, and he's carrying that huge banner that has the Ten Commandments written on it. The great Spanish leader and Torah commentator, he was this banner carried with him when he went in to seize the king of Portugal. Anyway, one of the followers was a young man named level of authority in converso back in the 1800s. That would make him, he was born had converted to Christianity, and he was, he strove to be his follower, begged Rouvet to take followers, but when Pires traded his bona fides by circumcising himself, then Rouvet realized that Pires then went on, they split up after a while. He had that Rouvet was introducing him. He didn't get too much traction with that idea in Jerusalem because, in Yerushalayim, Solomon king. Very unusual with the following Rouvet. This is a very old one. So, mysterious figure. We don't know if any of this is true. And finally, the Jews of and when Portugal did not work, then he had 30 in Italy, and he once again tries to get an audience with, he's been around now for 50 years. The Jews of Italy are not so enthusiastic about the entire thing, and they warned the Pope that in reality they're not fifth of the Holy Roman Empire, and by the way, it rejoined him, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V, presented the whole story in any form of the Roman Empire, and so therefore he handed asterisk for Shlomo Molko. Rubeni himself was taken away in chains to Spain. He refused, and he was burned at the stake on the spot. There. So in the space of about 15 years, who gets access to David Roubaix. So what do we get out of this? So we can assess a few things from this. First, such as prayer, exile, things like this. No one before Reuven had taken this kind of idea by the prophecy of a child, but there's a tremendous energy to this of theater. The audacious nature of his self-presentation was overwhelming to people. That resulted in for a second career. He had to ride a horse, a white horse. I think a white jag would be actually. At any rate, this is a totally new tack for false messiahs, of which there have been so many in Jewish history. But it proved to be a very successful one that later be emulated. For example, in the 17th century, perhaps the most famous or infamous of all false messiahs also, went to centers of power and that kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, an unusual sort of comment that appears in Revelation. I'm not exactly sure what it means for the overall Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present to you. I apologize, I sort of mistimed this. More fascinating to read about than to talk about. If you like, I can make some stuff up. Maybe I'll take a few questions if you have a little more time. Yes, please. He was never married. Yeah. Single.
What I find interesting from the story of the whole episode of Shabbat Tzvi was that occurred when there was also terrible.
Absolutely.
So you think about this episode in history, where it was after all the devastation of Jews have Spain, Portugal, and so on. It had so much more of a following, it seemed, and it almost seems like it may be similar in cataclysmic effects on Jewish society. So I wonder, why was it that Shabbat Tzvi had so much more of a following under similar circumstances?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm not sure what. I deserves much more thought. The cataclysm that you're referring to is the terrible pogroms of 1648-49, which devastated Jews of Poland and Ukraine, which that was huge. It made a tremendous impact on Jews in Europe. The expulsions from Spain and Portugal, though, were no less horrific, and in many ways they were thought of as a much greater tragedy. That was considered like a huge rift in the world that the Jews should be expelled from those two countries all. So there's definitely an argument to be made. I think that the Jews, the lowest ebb, and they feel that we're that corner. They're certainly willing to listen to people like this. Why was Shabbat Tzvi so much more successful than Reubeni? That I don't know.
Did they warrant another PhD?
Yeah, it might be. Mr. Rodriguez, that's for you, I think, right? Yes.
To the modern, that's really may seem very odd. This fellow just coming out of it. In the medieval mind, it really is. A good first Bible is just. It wasn't uncommon for people, religious people, to travel the countryside, claiming to have all kinds of holy relics, pieces of the cross, and the bones of Jesus, and they were very well tolerated and accepted. It was naivete of these people. It's really something that was very common.
Yeah, I think that's a very good observation. You'll know also that no one was willing to give him any money or guns or things like that. It was very interesting. You made my day quite fascinating, but there's no way a U.S. ship with Canada. Forget it. Interesting. Yeah. So just to paraphrase, that it's hard to compare the Khmelnytsky revolution and the violence that attended that with the expulsions from the Iberian Peninsula, because in the case of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert boys. It's worth That's a hard question to answer because I'll try anyway. The Jews approach these kinds of questions not thinking that they're following a false Messiah. They think that we've had so many false messiahs in the past, but this one is really the right one. And when you join to that the fact that I don't think that very few of the movements actually proclaimed messiahhood, especially the Hasidic movements, maybe may have made messianic pretensions, or that the Messiah is just around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can really connect these guys with some of the more mainstream movements. It's another very good thought-provoking question that I'd have to think about some more to answer accurately. Okay, too many hard questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next week we're going to look at the Rizal, a much more mainstream figure, at 8 o'clock promptly. Thank you very much for your attention. So, gentlemen, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful that you come on this auspicious night, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight Dr. Weiser gave me some new jokes, so I don't have to keep recycling these jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here. And maybe I'll tell you later in this lecture because they're so exciting. So it goes like this. There's a very well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the Jewish community where he lives, and is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on. And he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful with mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees a beautiful smorgasbord, all kinds of appetizers, all kinds of delicious little hot dogs, and I don't know whatever hot dogs, but all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, "This is so wonderful. I've always imagined something like this." And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there. He says, so who's the caterer? Supervising the food as well. This is heaven. God himself is supervising. The rabbi says, I'll stick with the fish. Okay, so that's, I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, would you please distribute or I think I should draw to your attention. There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room. He will correct it appropriately. Notes, very importantly, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Minkamara, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is now, it should get better, because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I have tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bas Povin. Anyone here who's heard of Sarah Bas Povin? Mr. Weiser, you have excellent course, superior education. Sarah Bas Povin was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called tefilas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women, and specifically addressed, women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous into an aspect of Jewish culture. Very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Chava Weissler, who's done an amazing job of these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and the popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So 2 of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vituperative words to share with the combination of the 2 of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who is perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century, who converted to, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture. Because it's during that period of time, it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision. And so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So over the next few weeks, we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list, because it was a lot of work, the old constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake, because I think a lot of people really relate the fact that class is going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online, and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good and welfares? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful as always that we come bring this particular the time is you're not paying attention. She's so brilliant. I said that first thing. We're for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. next week. Person welcoming sponsors to help support this. The money goes to a good purpose and supports these two young students who greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Go," I'm not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away." Like, he said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So, we're asking for $200 per lecture to defray the cost and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence gives sponsorship more than enough and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week and hope you enjoy. Okay, so let's go directly without any further ado to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was originated in Spain and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and, essentially relax in his retirement and with the students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which, when he arrived, only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He did the first permanent minyan in Jerusalem medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundations for what is in many ways. So we're going to look at the mark of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development that created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Maimonides, means son of Nachman. The Ides is a Latin suffix meaning son of. To followers of his thought, in Hebrew in particular as the Ramban, Rabbi Moshe Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam. The accent, if you want to be one of the cognoscentic, go to the yeshiva and impress all your friends there. Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first, on the second syllable. Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering European code of Jewish law, but at the same time, when the crisis over Maimonidean writings in the 13th century, the two of them were divided over. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about what it looked like how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. In later rabbinic literature, there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have extensive literature of writing on various medical topics. But basically, he practiced much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah in several different Jewish thought. And in many ways, he was very creative and actual key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halachist. He spent a tremendous amount of energy. We have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. We should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause in a second to discuss. I literally stepped back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyways. But like most of the things I say. The halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory laws are basically like, this is exactly what to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking full due and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardim do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the rule. We'll say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have, am I defining these roughly correctly?
Difficult in a legal analysis. Statutory usually has to do with things common law developed in England, but it really doesn't assist right here.
Okay, good.
It's not helpful.
So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority, that, for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have its textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago I believe in early October, September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing. And then you'll kind of get from Canada, you'll say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line, what is the conclusion. And this debate is considered transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Al-Fasi, or the Rif, as he's known. What he did was he took the Talmud and he edited out possible that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he ignored all that other stuff and on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated said, you know what? The figures like this is not actually, and it took us sort this all out, and let's talk. And no problem taking which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud, and we'll gather it with something in the Talmud and create a logic. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there's a tremendous amount of debate, because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open agent, and it was kind of like open source for software in one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. The Linux would just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. And so there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. The direction that Maimonides had taken the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very practical, very interested in saying, what is the law? Moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in this. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with it. And they felt, you know, you're ignoring the system of the Talmud. And people, if they just go to, they'll never experience the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides, and in fact, as we discussed, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish. Maimonides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools, and he attempted with moderate success to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafot was first study of the Talmud was a great, but at the end of the day, we really have, and so they also drove some of much as Nachmanides to a final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did, primarily, truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of legal study of Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, and that oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today were published. Well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Specific subjects. For example, wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound. Is to bring together the written Torah. Here we are reading the written Torah. And we have very much this is my lovely assistant Rick Morless happening. Okay, scroll. The translator is Rabbi Yaakov Blinder. Or not sure. But this is a very well received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the itself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. He'll often take issue with the anthologizes the which takes us to a much deeper philosophical and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries. On a couple of very little passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah. Okay. A little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was a rationalist of Jewish history, and even when I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. Oh, I forgot what passage it was. Talking donkey, yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam, Maimonides writes on that, but when that passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Maimonides responded to. If you read the book of Samuel, chapter 20, it's a very difficult passage when worried about his day. He went to the witch of Dor, and he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this was one witch who would, kind of like a seance, and then aspect to it. Saul says to him, commentate that there's this witch and she has this power of bringing back the dead. Commentators disagree with Maimonides and they feel he's being excessively rationalist. Maimonides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a compromise between the rational is unsuccessful. He was use the debatable Maimonides and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed in fire and Luther. Now, towards one of the more dramatic periods, temporal powers were losing authority. And in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly and gave them to certain segments of society. It's not that kings were friends of the Jews, but one of the things that the Jews in favor of the kings was something that I don't know if I've ever mentioned it. Miss Abramson, what is the Abramson rule so much? For one, that's the one take message I hope my undergraduates. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. You just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the economic system of the High Middle Ages Europe, it was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called Servi Kamara, quite a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals, in coinage. And this was through petty money lending, it was small-time commerce. At the college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish, and all her friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us at the college are her Jews. So, I find that amusing, but at any rate, let's tell another joke. That one, here we go. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi is walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes below the hat, and he returns. And so he goes out and he gets. So the rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he's says, wow, hey, he looks at the next race and he sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat, wow, this is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kinds of hat medals. He comes home at the end of the day. He's all depressed. And he tells her the story. And she says, well, what happened? I mean, where's the money? He says, well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau. And she said, you idiot. You're thinking of chapeau in French. Chapeau is hat. He says, oh, it doesn't matter. It was some Japanese horse called Yamaka that wanted the Thank you, Mr. Weiser. That's good. Okay, that's it. I only have like 3 jokes left now. So here. Okay. Anyways, so serving Cameron, right? So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources, and so as they get more powerful, various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they pressure the kings and say, "What are you doing, allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have a subservient state because how does it look that those who reject Jesus, they should be in such." So what happens is as the kings lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to do poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches to particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Donan last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to argue for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, "Wow, how can they keep believing this stuff?" That was the way the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, to his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, none other than Nachmanides, who was really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years. Debating again, it was a rout. It was a terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. But when he was invited to this disputation, excellent. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is, I think halakha, especially not in the shul where the Rav is closing, but there is a large body of a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called Marid Ayin, meaning what people think. Seeing of the eye by church. As a joke, I meant this too. Because then people say, "Oh, look at that! What's going on with Noah Abrams? He's going to a church." So Marid Ayin does not apply when people know why church. Not for sale sign out front. No one's thinking it's Marduk. Normally tender, certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question, and she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly. So the church, for all third church, it's called the Sefer HaVikuah, the book of the debate, which is about 25 pages long, Hebrew, and it's published in the collection. Other, external factors, it seems pretty clear, public to Christianity, the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. It was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever. Because he's just dynamite. And you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to believe in his mid-70s, so he's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet should be discussed. Nachmanides Yeshua, right? We do have a character named Yeshua that had a rabbi named Yeshua. Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing it. Yiddish Cup, absolutely. He completely deflected the quoting a little bit. I wonder if we have it in a very powerful 6 weeks. Here it is. Just open up your prayer books, page 994. Please rise. Piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family. Who gets my socks and who gets the car? Who gets the house? It's a document that said, all right, let me read a little bit to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Keep my discipline of your father and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all who want to sin. Our rabbi flares up in anger is subject to the of Gehenna, hell. As it is written, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The quality of humility will enter your hearts. This finest of all admirable traits in the scripture writes becomes the fear of Hashem. True humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, for you will always be aware from where you have come, as frail as the maggot worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him heaven and earth, says Hashem. After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meek and fearfully before God, stand wary of sin upon you, as will the splendor of his glory. You will live as honor not belong to God, as it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his maker? If he cast down the or humble yourself, for Hashem will lift you up. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility. Eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he himself. If he sins, it is the result of error, while your transgression is in all your words, actions, and thoughts at all times. Imagine your Holy Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he, as is written, when you prepare their heart to concentrate, you are attentive to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, he concludes, and neglect none of this. I may be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the world to come that lies hidden for the righteous. Every day, exhortation for ethical behavior, and I think you get a sense of his personality coming through. And even though he's a man who was the leader of his community, very well and enduring great punishment, nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. So and when they wanted to make a minion for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time, devastated by roving Tatar hordes that made their way into it, and quantities as an older gentleman came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, "Oy vey," he started to build. He established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again. Got the building literary achievements, his great work, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction, his greatest achievement, of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to formally conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Lecture to give you a quick sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, whether it's North Africa. that triangular culture, there are three main populations, actually more than three, but three big ones that we're going to be concerned with: the Muslims and Jews. This is very different from what you find in Europe, which you basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you'll have Muslims and a small Jewish population. The same basically holds true for the Middle East, where you'll have Muslims and a small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations. I don't want to overgeneralize this, but that's especially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish history is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided into three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more leverage that they could use for their own advantage, which in many cases they actually did, and rose to tremendous heights. Jewish. Let's have a look. When we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, the Spain is by the Visigoths, who are Christians, not necessarily but Arian Christianity, which is a slightly different theological variant of it. Jews were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium on. We have archaeological evidence of their existence there. But things generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries of the Common Era as the Visigothic kingdom became, surprisingly, more and more anti-Semitic. In fact, many of the strongest degrees of level against Jews, of course, baptism, and so on, really come out of the Visigothic era, when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable and increasingly so by the time you get to the early 8th century. At that point, in the year 711, which is an easy year to remember, the Muslims begin to cross into Spain from the south. You recall that Islam spread rapidly through the 7th century. It goes all the way across the coast of North Africa. In the early 8th century, it made its way into Spain. For the Jews, who had been suffering tremendously under the Visigothic rule, the advent of the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Jews actively encouraged the Muslim events. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, which is today Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region within very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamicized, and they're name of what we will call the golden age of Jewish. We'll return to that. However, this is fairly short-lived with the scope of larger history, because the Christians begin to reconquer the Iberian Peninsula, and gradually they push themselves downward, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides out of Spain, for example, around this time period. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims are driven out. Now that's Muslim power is driven out. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated period where you have or ethnicities present in Spain. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. Israel, Greece, places like that. Many of them go up north to Holland, Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World. That would be obviously the subject of later lectures. But that's, in a nutshell, the very quick history of the Jews in Spain. You'll recall, first it was Visigothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it gets much better for Jews at the beginning golden age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christian by 1200 it's over, and by 1492 the Jews are actually expelled from an all-Christian Spain, and shortly thereafter from an all-Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this golden age of Spanish Jewry? Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power, and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society. You have Jews who rise to high power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish background behind, like let's say Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of England in the 19th century, who recognized his Jewish background but ultimately was a baptized Christian. On the other hand, you'll have Jews who are phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosfot, and we can go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously, where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age and really made his career in Tunisia and to a much larger degree in Egypt. But when we look at figures like Kastai ibn Shamrut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanagid, or Samuel ibn Aguela, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary on the leader of Cordoba. For over a decade, he ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the grand vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. Tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, well, I shouldn't say this may be, this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which were represented kind of return to this idea of may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that we'll explore, of course, in History 156 when we look at the modern period. But that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time you get to Isabella and Ferdinand's decree to banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be believing Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, in this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the Golden Age of Spanish Jewry, and
it sounds okay? You have no way to tell, right? We'll find out later. Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Aliza is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus MS flu. You know, starts with one kid in Taurus MS and it spreads through all of them. Even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital, and we imagine that, well, I'll put it to you this way. I had the opportunity, by going up to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had that opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So I hope to be hearing from them shortly. Let me start with the opening joke. Oh, you know, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they are picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi Barrow Wine say when he was here last weekend, and it's apropos for our meeting today. So a person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation, and he sits down and on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, you know, an initial consultation costs $1,000. And then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am again." Okay. I think he said it in a funnier way than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Chasta ibn Shaprut, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravanel is perhaps the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who were at the same time well learned in the Jewish tradition. As I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Nagrela, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of Don Isaac Abravanel, who I should mention, by the way. Many people pronounce his name Abarbanel, and that's because of the it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abarbanel. You know what I'm talking about, right? With Schlock Rock version of Abarbanel. But it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abravanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I'd like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he is an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we can give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Okay. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with 3 large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land, and then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain, and so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then, coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard to the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine. And so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Until the Muslims were kind of like thrown out of Spain, we might say, or had to leave Spain, that was considered the golden era of Spain because of the Muslims.
Right. The golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there's a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
And exactly, they had tremendous amounts of, well, I don't know if it's say so much, but influence and what went on. I noticed that on the first slide, it said Don. There we go, Don
Yeah.
Isaac. Was he knighted? Because that means sir.
Yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that, or they all had a common ancestor named, no, okay, joking. All right, his family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the, question.
Wasn't Spain part of Aragon and Castile?
Yes, you've got, they're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abravanel got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the bridge to North Africa. And it became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravanel's birth. And it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. You have pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville, again, because of the proximity of Muslims. And we'll speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly. But there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region, and this had a signal impact on none other than Abravanel's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abravanel never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, from later events that this was clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abravanel later fled to Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we could mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might one even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their, account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate to persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, as perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture, working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, well, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still, outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards Shmuel Abravanel's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. His grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and then his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abravanel studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abravanel family crest. I think I have a color version of it a little later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek, and as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase, and in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
I noticed on the family tree that I think next to Judah, in parentheses, it said Juan de Sevilla. Samuel. Was that his grandfather?
When he was converted, they take Christian names.
Exactly.
Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abravanel, but we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons, who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. At least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, his literary oeuvre was composed in two really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is, before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to Spanish Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so Abarbanel or Abravanel very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Abravanel commentaries where, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thoughts. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally. Perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. So on. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the book of Devarim for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued and completed at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, it's Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem the Jews had, was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, right? Rob says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. And this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years, it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. And this new king had, and by the way, I would tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have some Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. That How? Okay, so, but it would be, in this region, would you say it with the H or with the J? Okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. Don't cut this out in the Torah Cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the car train down, we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south off I-95 and we were on US 1 when finally we said, we probably passed it. Let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but my wife said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station and there's a Hispanic woman there, and I got on. This was, I think, before before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone. And I got on the payphone and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US what? And I said, what? She says, US what? And so I said to her, I don't know. They call this place Jews what? What kind of street is that? Jews what? But anyways, we found the home. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravano was associated with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Abravano went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abravano got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then move and get into the country a little bit later, but he realized that this was the end of his promise at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Devarim, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel. And his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abarbanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a. Did I skip something here? He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry. He fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things when you edit it. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court. And he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point. And then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with all as individuals. That's something that only really develops after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. They said, we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have, a large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. Ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propinatia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustration on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. So the king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One more detail I wanted to mention. Well, I had another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy, now I remember. Shimon Dubno, a great historian, we'll speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and they usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, but you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back. Then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money from them, you kick them out again, and so on. This is
Sometimes the Jewish community that say like this
Yeah.
were perfectly for the Jewish needs. They were
Yes.
in the time that they were created, because you had a community service for
Right.
everybody that helped in that moment also. So it was also divided by a fine line. After when I can, how much can I pull these things?
exactly.
But in the same time, protected by what the government needed, they were also protected as a community.
It provided for the insular nature of Jewish society, because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants. Yeah, absolutely. Please.
It's been a long history of this expulsion of Jews, a temporary uplift of the economic conditions as they confiscate all of the
Correct.
Then, of course, the economy begins to dip because they lose the contribution.
Right. There's a one-time bonus.
With the expulsion of Europe, it's a long history of this, and then fighting them back. So it wasn't just limited to Spain.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please. Ask about it.
The last one there.
Yeah.
So he was the rancher of the farm, or he was the grantee of.
He was the grantee. He was a tax farmee. No, he was a tax farmer. He was given control. Okay, you farm the taxes over here, which means you collect as much. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element to this story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain, that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Marranos, those Jews who had, sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians. Because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos or crypto Jews were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they're only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. And Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century, it goes right up to the 21st century even then. It looks like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews, technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep to our traditions and we openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values, and so on. Please.
Now these crypto Jews were very successful. They had all the restrictions removed from them. And so the Christian business people were very resentful of them because they could practice all of the trades and at the same time still not be fully Christian in their mind. And as a matter of fact, I think that the Jewish communities were actually very supportive of at the beginning of the Inquisition because I thought these are people who betrayed us. So, yeah, let them be punished.
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes, you're right. Well, Steve, you remember all my jokes. Do you mind if I tell it again? The joke goes like this. So, for those of you who are younger, that up until it was Mr. Schwartz in the original. Okay, that was Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so up until really, it's ancient history for most of you, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called, right? You could only join if you were Gentile clientele. And there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like in the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But at any rate, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous. And hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets. I have these boats and these apartment buildings. And I really think that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club and you can only join if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. He says, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down the list and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves. He goes. He knocks on the door of Schwartz. And Schwartz opens the door. And Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, Reb Yid. Listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you can help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen, what's your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian. And my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. All right, so let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, so you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures of the church were exerting. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, what? These things, they're like individual sorts of occasions, and we shouldn't connect the dots here. In many, it's ironic. There are many similarities between the Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overburden that point, but it's certainly worth talking about. What did the Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for hundreds of years. First is the the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be stadlanus in Yiddish, where basically, as a relatively unprotected minority, yet often quite wealthy, the Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We'll give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Stadlan, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews, as a minority, are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa. Well, that's a little more than mildly. Let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government. Because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules. They know who they have to pay. They know what has to be done. And, you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted. That's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and in fact, it was centralizing its power at this time. And the Jews felt that these two factors, are Stadlanus and Spain as a Rechtsstaat, will be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand and Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abravanel heard of this, he went together with the 8-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who was also a major figure similar to Abravanel in terms of his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree, and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible so right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abravanel that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, the Jews for Trucks scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And money, and the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abravanel said, what, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne. I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in a prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously prepared for him, and she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of a king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of her chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact, it signaled that the expulsion would in fact go through. Don Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentaries in subsequent centuries looked down on him for this, although some research is questioning, to what degree that's merited. but many refer to his name Seneor as Soneor, the hater of light, because of his capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here. Ms. Herman, what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's good. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have an expression, kto kogo, whom, which basically means who's taking from whom, who's beating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the unit of currency, I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist, even though should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that would generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting several wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stay. This microphone only reaches here anyways. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing, Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their linings of their coats and so on to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. As I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Seneor, in fact, took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Abravanel refused, and in fact, he learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his one-year-old grandson. So he immediately, luckily, he was told of this by an informer who was possibly inclined towards him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. They're a result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion, and Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total of his entire community. I'd like to speak as here. We're almost out of time. This is a great word for my impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I then Shang is a German way of looking at the world experience. And one of the things that's fascinating about his 1407, sorry, that should be 1497. He believed that Cross fairly weak as a leader, and to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed the warning signs of the expulsions. Evaluated a lot of Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community out of slavery and set them up as periods again. But a lot of Socrates' research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And didn't you see how that related to this? In own times in the 20th century, and he evaluates Abravanel's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel is undeserved. So finally, amazing example of someone who very highest peaks of political, an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle. Thank you.
A cart was coming across the Mongol, and only women drove carts. They rode horses. Women also rode horses. Women owned the houses, which were no garrison. They owned all the household equipment, moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moved, that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very, very clear. And he looked down and he saw her as she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because because he was a coward, he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlun. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulot, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether he should go or stay. But the three she could no longer see him. She began to scream and wait. And one, it doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if that's the beginning of his story. And this will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of King Khan, it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues. All the way into the future, to some extent, certain parts of the world you could say it still exists. A mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conquer of the biggest contiguous empire in history. How did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born. All the things that happened throughout his childhood. Kidnapped woman who was being held by spirit on her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. At that time already one son. Later he had another son when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign, against the Tatars, Turkey. What's the name for the also Mongolian language? So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him, after the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife, now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It was not auspicious beginning. father, the mother, and bring the father and the son. Because then when he will live with them and they will raise him up and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. So he's taking him off at age 8. But he didn't take the other son from the other half. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Kaichun and married with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8. And he was going to take him to Erdo's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family and joined the first family that came across. And the words of the secret history. So it is the blow that his eyes fired her husband, who was about 9 years old. Older. And he wanted to stay there with that family story. That family. But on the way home, a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. Oh, they stamp everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. They figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home. But within a few days, he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, but a close person, one comes to get him, take him back. And they make it through the winter. They make it through the winter. Well, there are 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for their ancestors. And they started the ceremony to tell her. And so she gets angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one from we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. They took her animals. They took the animals, but at that moment she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband, and she raced around the field. And the banner after death, so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night. They waited until it was dark. And they took off. They kept running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. But now that family is left there on the steppe. 4 children, possibly 5 already. So Jingle, the other woman with 2 children, all left there to die on the steppe. When winter comes, they will surely all die. How did they get into the winter? Well, there are, where had black sting, and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots, feeding the gullet of the root. So, Temujin's early years marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle. Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taichi people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his two arms are in it, and his head is in it. He's trapped with this thing. Every night he would be taken to a different pier to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people are drinking, and he's left with a boy who is not very smart. Hang the wooden yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon, like turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head. Lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced him off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a gun on him. He's still trapped under there. The people looking for him, they come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it hits him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They were a captive family at the time, at great risk to themselves. They managed to solve off the cake and burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had. So he, just to be clear, the neck is strapped, and the hands are trapped. We think that's how it is. Whichever word, they don't say it. And the hand. So when we go, his body is trapped in it, running around. Yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is. So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition. Kinship is almost all else. Because here's the story of his father's old brother. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under the Mongol law custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother. They count as the sons of the clan, but they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust them. You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood. Extreme tribal violence. Can you describe you kidnappings there? The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the rage of the people around him, but they are constantly they can produce film to make your attention. You see, going back to clear who the father was, all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, what would happen to him next in his life. And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. He could point to one place when Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created. It's that point. His wife being kidnapped. He described, first of all, his love for this woman, what that she is, and what the kidnapping of her meant. At age 16, girl he had met when he was 8 years old, and she and her mother called. But with a 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine, and suddenly here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who was just his mother running around here trying to feed her 5 children, plus the other wife and her 2 children. No. He has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes, and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting, and we don't know exactly who she is, one just been called the Red Party Collection. Freddy Collection is there, and Freddy Collection is sleeping on the floor of the gear, and the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses them down. Mother Urban is in charge. Mother Urban is still in charge, even though Imogen is now married. She puts all her children on a horse. She takes the baby girls and put them in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea. When they're coming in the dark. They're coming. No, there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife. So she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Collection, who actually has her own cart. And she leaves first. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Ellen is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this guard. Finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Erlu saved her family. To realize this, he has obeyed his mother, but he's the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the thing began back when his mother was getting to know what will he do? Should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself? Is he going to go out before their wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without her. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die to get her back, he will die trying to get her back. A genius. One, because in order to get her requires an actual organization of troops. Carry out people in Central Cold River, about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He was there because that Mohan is a name of Port Mohan. He goes there because Mohan had been the Lord, his father at one point, and his father had called on maids for him. So he went there. And that made a good gift. That's because first his mother was able at the time of marriage. So he took the coat but we need more. And you need to ask Jamoka. You need to ask him. Also, he said, I will send a message to him to get troops. You have to tell the story of Jamoka. This here is a person who's not of his kin. Becomes his white brother, loyal, and as you've described it, one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So, who was Jalika? Jalika was a boy same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Ergun was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. But she was a woman. Who her John presents us. So they're both origin. So his grandfather, he had no siblings, like Temujin with an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Jalika's not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin. But he has this emotional deprivation. I think having not had father, sibling. And he lives with these old people playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like the language. There's several different types of friendship, but Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they ended up alone of a rope on a tier that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future, just roll them around and all. It's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. There's really bad. They're poverty. Celsius on Fahrenheit. I don't know where it is. But there's something across the ice, and it's just absolutely slow. You hear this celestial sound that's unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels of once. There's this relationship of Anda, and a couple years later they swear again. But this time there's one of the older boys, and they have bows and exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jalika took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he cradled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. One was it's used for signals from one thing, from one person to another. But also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal. So the boys in exchange rope knuckles. This time they exchanged. I told close friends. On the hot said, okay, Jalika should raise some troops that go with you. But he said some troops. And then Jalika and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They They set off murdered people of the Silk River, which flows in Siberia and on into Black Hole. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jericho is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He has a long speech about all the things they're going to do to the mercury total, the smoke hole. Top of it here. We're going to jump there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will just extremely militant rhetoric, at least. He's also rather critical of the other people, large people who came late, and he gave them a long lecture about we are lawful, and we give our word is our promise, whatever, that rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter, we be there on time. And then so he's saying, so Marston has no idea who's coming. And so they're loaded into a cart, So Temujin comes in and there's a embraces her. This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't get anything. He was very clear about it.
Said, wait a second.
And now we're first. Military infidel. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother. And that, too, was a formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain the Mongol society? The power struggle there, and the ethical foundation. Killing a bitter, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of all of them. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Victor was the older child of Rothschild, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over his siblings. And they will go his time. They have to refer special pronoun all the time, Tom. He refused. A formality goes. He's the absence of the father. But also, it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, and if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Victor eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry one of her. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did, or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother. But he got the older brother and the stepfather, and he was already. Victor was ordering around, so he would take things like fish or bird that the Mongol hierarchy. So Temujin would catch a fish, and would take the fish. Yes, it's only recording once, but perhaps every time. So that's an okay thing to do for older brothers. Just take stuff. Yeah, so he can do anything he wants. That's,
So what ends up happening with the Crusaders? So the
but
so-called
Temujin is not going to stand for it. So mostly in the rendering, they kind of put the blame on this.
they actually make it all
Which I'm not so sure that way. But the boys had the sewing needles from their mother.
over the next couple of centuries.
I think it was more complicated, but he and his were really killing it. And they did. And that feeling of the fish is like the final straw. Here he takes matters into his own hands. I think it is the symbol of that. And it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. What happened afterwards, what was going on before, was we hear nothing from Chico. She and her younger son, they stay with the family, they don't go away. But the one who is outraged is high rate you can imagine about you and your own shadow. And, you're worse than everything that she could say could be worse than she was. Such a mother. Does show that he's willing to well, now, his younger brother Melchitai is on the raid with him and with Domiko when they go to capture Melchitai. He stays loyal to him. His entire life. So interesting. Thank you. Is it normal to have such a love story across many years? When you're separated, sort of having that kind of loyalty, because loyalty aversion to Temujin. And Temujin remembered him more than she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story to get her back. He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to got her back. He's reestablished. Against Jonathan Merkin Bastard. He defends his money. He is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm moon. So he defended her forever. But he's now pregnant. They're the valley. And he and John decided to renew their vows of being unknown to each other. Stolen from Merkin at some point. We don't know if they have a gold belt. I don't know what he developed a gold belt. I didn't touch it. But then Temujin gave him reading, but I don't know all the meanings behind it today. But the belt in that kind of really the sign of manhood. And it's not just a woman was often dead, and even now Paul, person without they were at that time. Today, women wear belts. So, of course, what they use the word. So it's very important symbol of gratitude. Then the words are a secret history. Then when the baby was born, their choice. The good baby, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's a foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel visitor and a foreigner. And so Jugga's clan took the name from him, called Jugga. And so one thing about that we got there. But we should say that it's a pretty powerful story is that he said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, to be free to break away, and she urged him, and he loved his wife more than anything. I think that it is certainly the most important other character in his life, Adolf. They run away through the night, they go all night long to escape from, maybe of course, women as well. So here's this breaking point of the under. How did that relationship evolve? The two of them never eventually some things happen that sets prince or king. They're locals. They're not like us. You know, we have carrier people. So or you could say, has to flee far away. Place called Judah. And he goes to Judah, and at this time, Jamaica is going to fight on behalf of his resolved and unfortunate ways. They claim that neither one of them ever truly broken because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, which is eventually defeats Rothschild. Very beautiful, special place, but he takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held. We know of Genghis Khan. There was a new title. It's very close to the word Genghis, which means to see. I might say tons of like words with multiple meanings. And it's very important to them what meanings a word has. Genghis. But in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, including the market themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like the sea.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning.
Yes.
And the double meaning plays with each other, and it excites them.
Especially with like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad is past now, but like 20 years ago, it was popular to name children girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations, and so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means to see many different things. But so he had become a Khan. He was really over there. So Jamaica, now next kingdom over, called the Diamond, who were farther west, he becomes the protege instead of the Diamond. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Diamond, Jamaica deserts the Diamond. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. He's telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Diamond, he was rightfully scared about him. And he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamaica has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people. Jonathan.
So let's go back to
He's off with him.
This is the environment.
And they see that, but he now wants to become a great Khan of the step. He has very few followers, but he takes the title of Khan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Khan is gone, Mortal Khan gone, then he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. You know, but his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. because it's a very strange encounter. Possibly, what I did betray you, when people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I'll be like a mouse underneath the collar of your tunic. I'll be like a thorn. You said kill me. When I will be the guard, I will be the protector for you and your people.
During this time, when the status of the Samaritans were in doubt, the Jews and the Samaritans
Obviously, Richard did not participate in the killing, what he ordered the killing. And
phrase in English,
he was either specified how he was killed without several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without losing your soul before you died. So usually wrap them up in felt garments and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jumbo was killed. And so he was killed, but then Temujin had it, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near a big part of Russia. But until the 20th century was a part of Mongolia, the Tibet people. Was culture into the world.
Under the relationship, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the
He had become very practical at this point. He understood that he needed complete loyalty and trust with everybody around him. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jamakai. When Genghis Khan was asking to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Offered to be killed without shedding blood. That was a formality.
nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding this history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defies the nature of loyalty.
Yes.
For Genghis.
I would say, in both negative and positive, was the most important relationship of his adult son from first. That relationship really did not seem to have any negative aspects. Sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him, she was positive in every regard, so far as we know forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. It was just a little too obvious. These things that we're going to drop down on the money, we're going to go through the protocol and kill everybody.
Especially fascinating. He described
He had a flair for the nomadic, even in a way giving the gold milk to Jimmy also, he explained himself that he had no life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had first, you have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife just thing about that rings true. The fact that we're true. When he,
For the sake of the riches, for the sake of power, he was always there. What is the way to maximize possess of the operation?
yes, he, what happened to the gold belt? It disappeared from the store. It doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? And so he just did because Tabuja was never interested in material goods. Now, as Genghis Khan is the ruler, in some ways you could say became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in a tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress, and I live the way my soldiers live. We're the same. So he had no interest in the wealth that until he incited before on the hard, which was very advantageous because they had people and all, but he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
From what I see and understand, becomes sort of corrupted by the riches or change, fundamentally remain the same. Person who does not have that.
Age and matured in their days of life, as we all do, or we do. But he never became ever vicious in any way. He was never greedy. He was a simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about it. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't make a statue of him. No bill dedicated to him, no palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort, not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, a boy, that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the movie, somebody builds a statue of you, it's like a slippery slope. They're always becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the right the information. Not being able to sell people to lead armies or to territories that you conquer. It's interesting for no warship road to go down for.
It's very hard to explain how he used my power and yet he maintained this very fierce his relationship with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private guard. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then, he already been dead for 51 years. And no statue until.
It's incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret History is a very unusual document that does not have to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted for the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read. only the wall. On him or campaigns or this thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. And part of it, I don't know if people contributed, helped him, or still a bit unclear. Almost, they don't specify that. So they always tell you.
Hello and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today we're going to speak about an extremely consequential Jewish astronomer and historian named Abraham Zacuto. His role in Jewish history is especially important this week because we're commemorating the anniversary of Columbus's departure from Spain for the New World. And Zacuto's work was of signal importance, life and work. So Zacuto came originally from Castile and they migrated to Spain. Zacuto received his education at the University of Salamanca, and he spent much of his time in astronomy in particular. Although a good deal, especially in the science and the study of Torah in particular, one of his teachers, besides his father, was the great Rabbi Abuab, the author of the Menorah Amaor, very important Kabbalistic work. He made his claims to fame primarily with the Tibur HaGadol, which is the translation of the term, the big book, the great book, which is essentially a collection of which was later translated into non-Jewish languages and played an important role in a lot of the exploration that happened in the late 15th century. Himself owned a copy of the Tibur HaGadol in obviously a language we could read, and we have his marginal notation from the side, and he directly credits an exceptional event in his memoirs when he describes how he was taken captive by natives of some type at one point and was threatened with death until he used Zacuto's timetables to be able to accurately predict an eclipse, which of course demonstrated his superior knowledge and so on and allowed him to be saved. Zacuto's work also played an extreme Vasco da Gama, and particularly his improvement of the engineering of the astrolabe, which was a device that was also calibrated in such a way that it's possible to actually calculate one's position at sea before, and ultimately led to certain navigation of the globe. Zacuto was, of course, highly regarded in his own right, the astronomer, the king of Portugal, actually. After he had been, along with the other Jews, expelled from Spain in 1492, he resided in Portugal. And he is justly credited with the many great discoveries of that great age of exploration. One of the modern recognitions is the fact that a crater on the moon has been However, his life did not end well in Portugal. He was exiled, great difficulty to Tunis, and then eventually to the Holy Land, where he is believed to have passed away in the year 1515. One of the most important aspects of Zacuto's work outside of his astronomy was the compilation of an amazing book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is a truly phenomenal 15th century history book that gives us tremendous insight into Jewish history as a whole. Well, that's it for this week in Jewish history. I hope you found this interesting, and I wish you a excellent week. Shown him was first. The second volume was acknowledged in all languages.
Can you clarify? So this is two volumes. The 19th century church
basic fundamental idea that is
Like this, that is translated and published by Harvard. But the notes were just the notes from contemporary scholars. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. But there are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women were over marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian. The idea is that so there's several things like that that they try to skip around. But it's interesting just to read. Dynasty as the Talmud says, document itself. It was a guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check. They're correlated, fill in blanks, and get more information. I went to Mongolia to those places because they are so exact in there, and you feel it. It's so important, I think, because history does not live in our conscience or your mind version. History lives in the people. History lives in the people, the culture. And for example, the episode of kidnapping of Persians, I didn't know when it happened. What season the verse that came afterwards, and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. Where's the winter? I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no. Pretty Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, oh, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. Around here is so soft. Roughly the 3rd, 6th century. A whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there
based on the word pride.
next to his
Definition here of pride, but it
and he
means
was
like
absolutely
glorious
right. They could only have but in the winter, and then it correlates with other historic references. That gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things.
different places. And more important to the story, Genghis Khan.
Where
Like, what is some of the other period that things about that people first?
most visit the cities he conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. Everything was kind of whatever it was recorded.
The later ones,
I get there and he wasn't feeling anything but people follow. I would go to these places and I would know if Genghis Khan came back today, there's no sign, there's no building.
so let's focus in
Power
on
line going.
point. If you had any familiarity with Jewish tradition,
You begin to
there
get
are
a feeling
perhaps
of how he was
a dozen,
and then you
maybe
begin to
100
see,
at most,
the
this kind
only
of a
direction I
religion,
could come
but
from was that way.
three of the
You
most
begin
famous.
to see it, and his life
There
starts
are,
to
of course,
unfold
Rashi,
in a very
Rabbi
dramatic
Shmuel,
way. It's like it has no secret, no
no
props,
idea if this is
nothing like that.
but
The Mongols don't understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything.
and all the
They know which way the camel faces with the sun. They know all these things. For me,
secondly,
that's how
Rabbi Moshe
and this was starting in the
lived in
1990s.
the following
And
century,
the people,
Here is
there were,
another equally
in his
accurate
time,
definition. I
were
really like this
amazed
one,
at all.
especially.
This was just a this was just a socialism
looked like this
was
was
just
never
ending democracy. It was yes, now it's
let's walk in. That is the
Manny
problem
who was married to the Tawny
If you
Deer.
look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing, it looks like the
Great sea
composition.
from
The some passages are bolded and some are.
Mongolia is a world. For the most part, it's the same as experiencing. We cannot say that far in any other place in the world. Certainly not for
Some
America.
passages are
Just a few
bolded and
hundred years
others
ago,
are not.
it was entirely different. People's languages, everything.
Since this time,
First,
Years in,
it's like being in the ocean.
like
Anyway.
shape.
So you have this extremely open space.
Function. Elsewhere in the Talmud,
The smell of grass becomes very
and
important.
really taking account the 18th
Mostly
century as
pure.
representing
Every place like the St. Lake River, where we talk
there
about
are
American
present.
land.
Now, what
It's a
exactly
place of
is the
pure waters.
What is
And that's how the
characteristic of this
Mongolians
period?
Yes, waters.
Texts like the Torah.
They don't know in the origin.
And
This land, they
basically
refer to the
rendered
earth.
them
You take the animal to the river. Drink, and then you take the wood.
the world and the tradition, that's especially
Check the people.
but that's what they're doing.
They live with nature in a way that you don't see anywhere else.
Supposed to be the art school of his day.
And even today, with the changes with the solar panels and
made a lot of those
TV
ancient
out in
texts
the middle of the
accessible
step,
to
still they're living a similar life. Young
Secondly,
people, of course, want
very
to
importantly,
drive a motorbike, but cows.
Jewish law or halacha. At this point, remember, varying distances and speeds. Let's get a lot of that playing basic valuable horsemanship. Modifying all of that in some way.
I was saying
The author, Rabbbi,
just not to make it insult. Just do know that all leaders is very important. It's also a big
major
because
activity
they made the flags.
basically
They
the
also
explainer. Actually listed. So many of the commentators
When you said this color was brown, what color is that?
commodities and others,
It's just
how
amazing. They have
there was some dispute.
words
So
based on
this
how
is not
smooth
actually
the coloring
things like that.
all
So
the different.
basically, one of the
Today,
major
make this so much you can put them together. We say like
in
yellow
particular
brown or
is
blue.
Hebrew addiction, English
Other words for horses.
by,
Of course, by
the
sex.
safer
Because
this is a great color
horse.
if you want a general introduction.
A few years ago, the
Basically
presidential
what he did
candidate
was,
ran under
but
like the
back
sweat
then
and
in
the
the
dust
15th
off
century,
the horse.
this was not an
Wipe it onto their own forehead. Which is the most sacred part of the body.
it goes through every
This is how
part of
intimate the
the
relationship is.
that were divided over the weeks of the year. And in
They're
each
hard
of
on them
those
in some ways.
partials,
They train them
the,
very well.
the
They ride
author
them very hard.
lists the commandments,
The horses are also trained for that.
describes
They
how
use a
they are
very small
performed,
crop.
a little bit of
It's just
historical
like a
background,
stick
and
with
then
a slight
really
whip at the
interesting
end that they hit
talks
the
about
crop with the
why
horse. Never anything else. They're
this is
horrified.
an area of
Western
activity
people
that
who use metal
most of
spurs
the original and shy away from. And the commandments are there. God says,
upon the head of me. They say it's a capital crime.
was very
I
interested
don't
in
know
giving
what's ever
over to his
executed for
son,
it, but you never ever
Departments of President,
harm a
some
horse's head.
inkling as to
So
why
horses
these
are
departments exist. And it's really
important in every
fascinating
way.
reading,
They're
especially when you get to
religiously
the
important
arcane,
with the making of
strange
the
commandments
fermented
like
horse's milk.
that pulled
Your
together, things like
mother
that.
goes out every morning.
Fascinating
She
reading,
throws some to
definitely
each of
very
the four
worthwhile.
directions.
Another
Start the day.
philosophical
They use it for every kind of
is that of Maimonides
Well, you know,
again,
some
we're
things
mentioning over and
puzzle
over
me
again because he is
in
such
life.
a towering figure.
Once you I remember one day we had a very nice land.
This is
It
a
happened to be on
picture,
a Celtic
an
day when they were
illuminated
Celtic
manuscript of his
with these stallions. You don't get to be
guide to the right where
you
you go in
11 years old. He
and
fell for the
this
horse.
is something
Couldn't
that's
see it.
highly
Not so far away. He fell for the horse.
engaged in
And I basically they're back. I'm thinking, how on earth do I get through the woods? And he's saying loudly, all right, there were and I realized changes in social media the story. Like hearing the show. Saw it true later. It's just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental balance. They take water. They do not get into water, never. But they take the water and they. Getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses, the forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the skill of the actual shooting more accurately. The technology of the composite bow, they've also read crossbows later, adapted technology. There's a particular kind of draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is, once they up and down, right, so you have to like not drop the arrow. It's incredible.
I also want to give a special thank you as I
It was really one exceptional excellence that
well, and say it feels great to know that many of the very important dates in the history of the Holocaust. And speaking about the new book in that context, and what you want to
When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time,
okay, so let's go to the
all
material
junkies on
per se.
horses
First of
for
all, I
races
want to
had
say
to be
something
under 6 years
general,
old.
and I have to say I'm a little
There was
embarrassed
the
about
age
this.
limit, the cutoff.
You know, I have a PhD, and I've been teaching Jewish history
3 years
for
old racing up to
like 30 years
absolutely
now,
of course at that
and
age they
I
can't
always
even have a
pronounce
saddle, but this
our
can't even
subject
be used.
names wrong.
So they're just
And
all
so
they're doing
about
is staying
3
on the
weeks
horse.
ago,
The horse has been trained to
and
do what
someone
it has
pointed
to
out
do,
to me it's
and
not
they just stay on it.
Gabriel,
By staying on it, they learn the horse in a couple lines.
Gabriel,
And
or
not just
Gabriel.
one horse with one rider,
I
but
put the I
one
in the
rider
wrong
with several
place.
horses.
So
And usually
I
5 is the
changed
number that you should
everywhere
have.
that I ever spelled it wrong, but it's not.
And this ability to shoot, not to affect your animals, there are wolves around, foxes and other things in some areas where you can come in, and you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people.
Anyway, so we're going to look at Ibn Gabriel. That's our subject for a fascinating figure
Archers,
who lived a rather troubled life. He's, of course, directly within the period that we've been focusing on for the entire semester, looking at
I say all that because it's very important.
right up to for a couple more weeks.
Those are
And
all
we're going to look
through
at
nomadic
the Jews in Christian
traits
Spain up
of
to
the great steppe.
1592.
Anyway,
His dates are
in an
roughly
earlier version, you had the
1021
Huns
to
who came
22
out
is born in
and
Malaga,
Hunt
and then
is
he
just the
died
one
in
that worked for
Valencia, although he spent most of
But
his life
to this day,
in
that's what they say
Zaragoza,
for human
which
beings.
is kind of
So they came
central
out of
to
Mongolia.
the Iberian Peninsula.
All the early Turkish
His
groups
life was
came out.
rather short. There's some
They
debate
had
over
their similar
exactly
skills.
when he died,
So
but quite
you have this
likely he died
perfect
before
weapon,
he
you have to have
which in
perfect
Jewish
strategy.
tribes is generally considered a misa meshuna, a
Organize it,
strange death,
and use it.
have to die
And
before
this
the
is where
is
the
definitely
genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis
tremendously
Khan.
prolific. He
Other
refers
people, I
in
think,
his
were
own
very,
writings
very
to
good in
having
earlier
authored
times, a number
20
of Turkic
books.
leaders, and also
Ironically, only 2 of them survived, and one of them was to another author
but they were
for the last
charismatic
1,000
leaders, very
years.
dramatic
We'll discuss
leaders.
exactly
It
how it
wasn't
was
that they were so
discovered,
excellent
the
in
action
their
of Gabiros
strategy. They were very, very good in
he
warfare,
lived
and
a
that's what
difficult
carried
life.
it
He
through.
was
They were
wild.
good in warfare, but
He found a patron,
he never got probably above 100,000.
and he was regarded as a brilliant individual, a
That is
fantastic
just an
all virtues. So he had
I'm counting the
always an
country, and you're going
audience
against Russia,
to attend
and
to
you're
his
going
poems,
against the
and he
Middle
had
East, and
customers
Persia, and
for his poems
Afghanistan,
that he was writing
and
for
these
hire,
areas.
but he was not well
The
loved.
whole army has to be in tune.
He was known
As
to be
each leader,
irascible,
each bone,
and the
and each horse.
greats of that
That's the
era
way
all
what
spoke
the
of him
army
as this
becomes
kind
the
of
super
unconfident
weapon
ego
of
that
Genghis
was,
Khan, how he
very
organized it, on how he used it, and
talented,
the
brilliant
strategies
even.
that he put together.
Tremendously prolific. They all had fantastic respect for his poetry and for his philosophy, but the reality very difficult. Even the
It would
great
fit in the
Moses
state of today in
Ibn
America.
Ezra had some things to say about that. We'll see in a second.
there's
But
extreme.
he contributed alone. He was never great to marry. He never
They
even
have no
had a
infantry,
relationship with a person.
and he early on, no engineer corps later was added much later.
Personality makeup.
But, you know,
Also,
all the
Ezra
other
writes, although he was a philosopher as far as attainments were concerned, and his anger always got the better of his understanding. He was unable to control
There's
his
kind of
temper,
hierarchy
and he
of
subject
authority,
them to contempt in
to
his
the
writing.
degree there's
A little
commands,
bit of a glimpse of
they must
the
be followed
contradictions
strictly.
in Gabriel's
So
personality because
extremely efficient,
short, just a
accurate,
little bit of his
precise.
incredibly
Employment groups in the
poetry,
battlefield
in the
utilize
repentance, self-awareness of these in the poetic
for that
verse.
order
But
must be
his
followed.
contemporaries report that
Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you do this kind of system? Is working together so well.
First one is the
burning there is personality as and you won't find a more loyal or true associate that will mention it again.
organize it with five horses. Oh, and they had a lot of
rather than
but they also retrieved
the sense of his personality from just a few snippets.
They also would retrieve the enemy. This was
Ironic, let's go straight to the mistake. It's so
could not use
historical. Trusted away from your trajectory, the source of life.
Dry curd.
Ironic
Dry it as everyone
of
can eat
this
it. Put it in a flask of water.
philosophical
Right all day.
masterwork
Chocolate
is that
now.
it did not, he wrote it originally in Arabic, as we've seen many of the
It's said that the
Jews
Mongols
in
could easily go 3 to 5 days without
their
ever
great
building
works
a
in
fire.
Arabic, Maimonides,
They
of
have enough
course,
food.
writing Judeo it's just reason and scripture.
The way other armies do it in a lot.
Version, which
I
only
think
took
was the secret
extracts
with
of it
him.
by someone named
He used the best
Shemsov
people.
Yosef, and it was copied and copied and copied,
Also,
and the author's
he was
name
willing
even
to
got
treat
changed to Latin.
what happened. His command
Centuries.
Afghanistan,
It was
and he
believed
lost
that this
battles.
work resided and they report back runaway popular with Christians, but Jews are basically forgotten about. But in Solomon Mott found an abbreviated version of Horus Hayim, which is the Hebrew title,
gets
what
stuck in
find
their
the
ways.
source of light.
This is how,
And he was able
this
to
is
match
how
them
we
up and
think.
then finally associate
Genghis Khan
once
had
and for
no
all,
set
and
way
it's
to
widely
think.
accepted now.
He encountered
Without
so
realizing
he went there and
that
pushed
he
the
was
city
actually
down.
acting authorship
This
of
man
this
who's never
book.
encountered a
So it is ironic that,
well, they did
despite
when they were made
his
out of felt.
being forgotten to his own people,
Is that there's
that is,
no
however,
very
this
few
is the
natural
fact
law
that
like
his
thing.
poets that he's lived on.
Well, they have
Very
like
terrific
cliffs in some places they're familiar with that. They can climb them,
poems that
but
have
they don't have people at the top shooting down
the
mountains.
has
One of those places moving water around. And like
and
we
we
said,
should
for
recall
Apollo,
that the
anything that
evolution
moves
poets
is a potential
had a
weapon.
special
Anything that
affinity
doesn't
for
move is a
acrostics,
target.
where they
moving
spell
water,
out
you've got a
words in the
standing,
first letter of
non-moving
each
wall.
line and things like that.
So he
And
and they're going to bring
the letters are absolutely essential
well, they
to
did it,
the entire poem.
but
That
they didn't know
another
exactly what they
line
were doing,
does not
and
take
the
away a line
embankments weren't high enough.
failing
Years.
the rules of
All
people
the way to
grammar.
Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258.
Amazing
So
feat of
this is
intellectual mastery
to
expression.
try them, and it failed to try them in a different way.
His
The better
poetry is
we all think
primarily
we learn from our mistakes. We all
philosophical
yeah,
nature.
I learned
What I
from
mean
that.
by that is
What do we
that he
do?
has a
We're going to do it one
that
more
he
time. I think
ventures
it's going to work.
into
I know I'm going to win the lottery
in
this
other
time.
words, he expresses this complex
That's how we
metaphysical
think.
notion of the universe.
He had that real ability
I'll read you just a couple of passages
first
from
of all,
what is
humble by to
poem that
understand
takes
that
up
he didn't
about,
understand.
I don't know, 60
He
pages
couldn't
in
understand
this
it in his
textbook
own way.
here of Hebrew
And he did.
English
Over
poetry. It's
and
called
over the moment.
Keter Malchus.
That idea combining the innovative excellence of that action.
So, little introduction. It says this ways,
But Genghis Khan
spirit
was
inspire my song
he was
of
the
praise.
best with it. And
Nor is the theme
he
at
used to throw
unto
out his
length
like
set
foreign information.
by the way. Translation is master. Thine, O Lord, is the kingdom, and thou art shalt thou endure. Thine is the might. The Hebrew, we just you hear the echoes of when you're reading it, and you have strong biblical stand to say far greater depth than illusions that are inherent. So,
Usually the soldiers pell-mell going in every different direction.
See what I mean.
Behind the two hills,
Make confession of them. To a long period of acrostics.
over and over this topic.
Perhaps I shall silence the roar of their waves and their crashing. And thou wilt hear from heaven your animalistic. I have abhorred them in my heart, and with my mouth spoken slander. I have committed iniquity, and I have wrought evil. I have been presumptuous, I have done violence, I have plastered over falsehood, I have counseled evil. I have lied, I have scoffed at me, I have been rebellious and perverse and sinful. I have rebuked and done wickedly, and corrupted my ways, strayed from my path. I have transgressed and turned from thy commandments. But thou art just in all that come upon me, for thou hast dealt truly, and I have dealt with it. O God, my cleansing flakes, when I remember thee. For all good which thou hast bestowed on me, I have requited thee with me, not from necessity, but from grace, and not by compulsion of circumstance, but
So
by
they would
favor
often be
only.
coming from some direction.
Before
Nobody ever came
with thy mercy
and the
didst
people
thou
would be
see,
unprepared.
came forth into
This
the
is a
light of the
beautiful,
world, thou
wonderful
didst not
city and
forsake,
great place in
but
the world,
like a tender
to this
father
day.
didst thou watch
And
over.
they came across the desert.
It goes on in this vein. I
So
don't
no
know.
one had ever attacked across the desert, so people see
Yeshua,
dust coming.
the month of
There's no
Teshuvah,
caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a
But
surprise
you get
element
the
in
idea
that
of
particular
the
case.
depth
So
of
he was
his
able to
poetic
think in
ability
ways that the
and
other
why he
people
was
were
so
not thinking,
beloved as a
and
poet.
to be able to
As
surprise
you
them.
see at the end of this class,
Again,
he
felt
is
like
immensely
to have
quotable.
this
So much so that he's one of those few Jewish poets
must have
who has
become
sort of
a shape
reached
we
the
have.
barrier being
Cultivated this reputation and ferocity.
So let's talk about
Not only
his
did
philosophy. In many ways,
but
that's
he
really the
people to write about him as we see children and
What
all
is a
kinds of
Neoplatonist?
problems.
Let's
It's
start
not
with
encouraged.
what is a Platonist.
This is
And
from
we'll
a
look here
lethal
is
sword,
the class
weaken the
of
enemy.
course, the School of Athens
Until
by
what you
Raphael,
hear,
16th century.
or even
It's
if you
the
know
16th
they're trying, you
Gospel,
see the dust,
which
you hear
is
the
very beautiful. Side, I would put it like
To surrender
this profile
without
are central to the image. Here, Plato and Aristotle, two figures who have an incredibly large influence on Jewish
He sent
thought,
in envoys first to explain
the
to the
other
people a little
side
bit
of
about the
the
Mongols.
barrier, as it
Lord,
were.
it was
Plato here
would explain
shown
to them
on the
that if
right,
they surrender, continue in
over here.
professions, it's just
And
that now the
Plato
rulers
and
are
Aristotle differ that Plato and the Athens, as it were, saying
and
that
because you only have
what
100,000
is true is
soldiers,
above,
you can't leave it
and
detached. People
error
in charge
is on
to
the
run their
earth.
country.
Imperial
They're sitting
careful
in their
studies are what's
area, the way
important.
they have done in the past.
Plato,
He was absolutely
and his
in one
ideology
episode in the
was
north of
very,
Persia,
you see it in Ibn Gabilo in a very profound way. Plato argued essentially that this world that we live in, the material world, is essentially a pale reflection of a perfectly exact world that could not be contained in
as
the
a common
material
soldier. And of
world.
course, he was killed
In
in
fact,
this battle.
he used
I don't know the name of the donor,
pathos or in English forms
anyway, he
or
was a close
ideas
relative to
to
him.
refer to the
He was killed
mathematically
by a
perfect,
fighting in his law.
not
So that was
theoretical, metaphysical world of which this is a pale reflection. So, for example, in Plato's thinking, there is the perfect chair. There is the ideal chair, which is exactly the mathematical form of what a chair should be. And all chairs that we have in this world
One
are
thing
kind
that
of
they
like
valued
the
were
attempt
all the
to
artisans, everybody who
approximate
had
that
skill.
ideal
And
chair.
that skill could be making a pot,
That's kind of like
it
a
could be hammering out
the
a
public
metal
study
plate, it could be
philosophy and
weaving,
ecology,
writing, or just
metaphor,
reading a
okay, where you have
Every
people who are
person with a
strapped
skill
in
was
chairs
spared.
and they're forced to
Those
eliminate people who
What
are
was
being
truly
holding
severe was
puppets.
if you
The
surrender.
people who are strapped to the
And
chairs
many of
looking
them
at the
did,
back of the
and
cave,
they knew they
they
would
see the shadows
so they're not
of
hard.
the
The Mongols
puppets
go on, the Mongols
because
are
that's
hundreds
all
of
they've
miles
ever
away.
seen in their life. They
And
think
all
the
to
shadows
forget
are
about the
the
Take a hot tip
were
where they
they
were
to
supposed
be
to send so
released
many
from their
cows.
shadows are only cast there
Stopped,
by the
he
fire
returned,
and the puppets,
conquered the
which are
city,
more
and
real
he
than the
killed
shadows. And if they were to come
And so we
up
have
onto,
So,
level ground, then of course they would see true reality, the sun and the trees and things like that, and all of a sudden they're able to see what is actually real.
I would say that it was more the Middle East, around
So
Iran.
that discussed today, but we will have to get into it later.
I would say only in Afghanistan and sometimes
Minorities
ocean
in
with the
particular.
slaughter
Aristotle said, all of this,
take over and
this whole otherworldly stuff is garbage.
He had
There is
a
no,
grandson who we loved very much.
we're
And
not
that
going to
grandson traveled with him.
He just made all that
He
stuff
had
up.
the happy childhood that
Plato
Temujin
pointing
had.
up high, and Aristotle
And I
saying,
think Genghis Khan just loved
only if you can
Babylon.
measure it is it.
But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to
Over
conquer the
the
valley of
empirical
Babiyan.
status of reality,
British
and
artistry.
most of
He was
Jewish
sent to
thought
Babiyan, and
follows Maimonides.
it's a citizen of Persia.
Three basic ideas that are common to many of these
Notice,
The
so he
form,
called
like
the
the
father.
perfect chair, Platonism also asserts
You have
that
to
there
tell me
are
that
other existents
when I tell you
within the
this.
context of that one,
But
like we
your
say
son
in
is
the tradition, in Portugal,
but though there's nothing other than God, and yet we're not exactly chopped liver, we are somehow existing as well, but we don't understand what are the barriers between our individual existence and God's existence. So these existences are some very thinker to thinker, they are like emanation of Godhead itself, as it were, like rays that come out of the sun, or these sparks that come out of the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. That's the second basic idea. The third idea is that things are caused by this radiation from
so they can all understand
and
this
we are caused that the soul lives in heaven, and then the soul is sent down into this world to accomplish some tasks, and then one day to return,
which is peace is offered.
That's the basic sort of overview of the God.
I should have that he did not slaughter the people in peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of
Rabbi Gabriel, what is perhaps the most distinctive feature and his
killing of him
contribution to
revitalized the
scholastic
heart of
thought,
people.
again, his
And a
thought
lot of cities
primarily
revolted
pervades
and
and Christian
ideas
ideas,
were not
not
killed.
really
But the cities that were
deeply
revolted,
influenced
he
Jewish
killed them
ideas,
all. There was
is something called hieromorphism.
There are
Hyros,
estimates that
kilos,
Genghis
Greek
Khan
means
and his Mongol
wood
Empire
or
were
matter,
estimated
and morphism
40
is the
million
idea of
deaths,
surah or form,
approximately 10% of the world's
matter and
population.
form.
So
For
to put this number into perspective of the
Gabriel,
modern day, that would be
matter
to
is
killing
kind of
about
like
800 million
the
people in today's
essential
population.
emanation of God.
So
All
how should we think
creation
about the
is
brutality
created
of
by God,
numbers like
like
these?
from 6
The
days of
number
creation.
itself is difficult
But
to deal with.
it is
Millions of
formless,
people
like
were
we say in
killed.
Bereshit a few weeks ago.
For every
Tohu
family
bobohu
that
is
lost
void and
someone,
without form. It's only
It's a
through
total
God's
loss.
will that
There's
it
no, it
takes
doesn't
on
matter what
form.
the
So in
number
other
is.
words,
It's tremendous.
just like
And there
wood,
was tremendous
you know,
loss of life.
there's all
Judge
a
him
block of material that does not
differently
have any
than
will
other countries
make it
today
into a
that fight
podium,
wars in putting our
into
own country. And we, whatever we are
making
willing to
Jordan,
permit our
or
country
I
to
make it
do,
into a sculpture,
we should
whatever
be
is
able
my
to
will
understand
that
why
takes
Genghis
the
Khan or the
kudos
Mongols
and
did
makes it into a morphos, makes it into a
today
form. The
in the world.
conjunction
People
of
are killing
divine will imposed on classic idea of
civilians
but
every
it's
day.
all related to this
Every day.
idea of
There's
Neoplatonism.
always in the name
Now,
of something,
it's
in the name
ironic
of peace
that
or in the name of
Philo
God
is,
or in
that
the name
even
of
Gabriel
our
is
nation.
often
There
compared
are always
to
reasons for
Philo
killing.
of
And the
Alexandria,
United
one of the
States
thinker period,
along
who also
along
had
with
an
that
incredibly
to make
profound
amendments from all the people
influence on
invading
Christian
Afghanistan,
thought,
invading,
is basically ignored
fighting
by
in
Jews.
Iraq,
Felix
which is
living
very
in
low. And
Alexandria,
it's a more
Egypt,
democracy.
in the
Yeah,
Temple
we
period,
brought a hell of a lot of
around
democracy to
the turn of the
Afghanistan.
first of the millennium, really.
We
And
killed a lot of
he is
people.
essentially writing Greek commentary on the
And even
Bible,
look back to World War
which is
II, our great
accessible
moment
to
of
Christians who can
democracy
read
and
Greek.
bringing freedom and
But
democracy. Germans,
occasionally
we
he
talked
kind of
about
goes off the derrick and goes
Hiroshima,
off the
Nagasaki.
reservation
not
with some of
military
his
targets.
ideas,
We were not doing
borrowing
anything
certain midrashim
strategic
or
against the
changing their
country
meaning
other
in
than
such a way that
terrorizing
the rest of the
country by
rabbinic
killing
world is
women
not
and
comfortable with
children.
Philo. So
That's America. That's
Philo
us.
becomes a
My
core
father fought
commentator on the
Thank you for
Bible
calling me.
for and it's by considered like the greatest
Good.
great among the
America,
early
there's nothing
anti-Christians, and
I
yet
know
Jews
anything
have no
from
time
them.
for it. It is heavily
One
influenced
set of people for
scholastics,
doing it.
but he's a core Jewish thinking,
Which
and that's his
is
ethics.
an act of Philo's Genghis Khan,
The construction of the universe,
in an
ethics,
attempt
also
to
a
prevent further
preoccupation of the Greek philosophers, is how
It's a
each human
justification.
thinks.
People are
That's really
always
important.
fighting
The
for
Greeks
peace.
spend a ridiculous
Always
amount of
fighting for
time and
peace.
energy
World War
and
I was to
rabbinic
make the world
thought
safe for
on
democracy.
ethics. So this
In
book
World War
actually
II,
did
but what
which means the
reform
choice
Iraq.
of
We're
pearls.
always
And
fighting
the
this.
sequel to
I
it
am
was
not.
Korachayim, saying, okay,
We're
this
surrounded
is
with
how the
soldiers,
universe is
and I'm not a
constructed.
pacifist.
What are the
But I
implications
am trying to
for
be a
human
realist.
behavior? If this is
All
the way
nations
God
kill.
designed the world,
It happens
matter and
everywhere.
form,
So can we
you know,
universally
what's
also
the
then
outcome? How
why
does that
actually
change my life?
criticizing wars in
And
the
in
20th
this
century?
complicated
We
book,
also criticize Jenkins and the
very
and
detailed
the wars
analysis
fought by
of
Caesar
how the
and others,
structure of how we should perfect our
wars of
own
conquest.
character. Now, I don't know how
And in
good your
some
Arabic
human way
is.
were not
You wrote this in
necessary,
Arabic,
but
but I
not
have an English translation.
defensive. They're just
So
part of
go
this
straight to
human
the diagram
drive
here.
to
And this gives you a
expand, to
sense
explore, and to
how it
accumulate
all
power.
really fits
Maybe
together
this is a good place to
for
also talk about
even
the
Gabriel,
respect of Carlin
Jews
of
does not have
Hardcore History
metaphysics, they have
Podcast.
to do is ethics.
Did an amazing
Because
series on
metaphysics
Genghis
really
Khan
makes it
and
all,
Mongols, the
you
whole
know, fit into a larger pattern, but we kind of want to skip to the chase, how are we supposed to behave?
So he had
So
a
he
lot of
basically talks
ideas
about
there. One of them historical
character traits,
arsonists,
the need of four elements, the four
making
humors,
this
which is kind
complicated
of
case
also
that
Greek
the
thought
destruction
that was
of
adopted
history
by many
is the way
Jewish
to think about
and
this.
trying to figure out how
Creative
we can
destruction that
sort of
certainly
like
works in some
ideally
aspects of life.
position
In
ourselves
ourselves, for
within
example, if we
the
creatively
overall
destroy some of our
universe
habits
for
and
ethical
build new
perfection.
ones, and
So
sometimes
if you look over here at the bottom level, you've got
destroy relationships that
tranquility,
we're in
penitence,
in order to
meekness,
create new ones that can
pudency.
work. When you
Actually, I
start
have to look
applying
up
it to
pudency.
world history,
We only
it
know
does
this word.
become
I only know this
a
word
little bit
because of
more
the
difficult.
opposite, impudent.
Certainly think that
Impudent means like
these
brazen,
episodes create
bold,
great changes.
or to use the
You
Latin
can see
term,
great changes that happen because of the
So, or mercy. These
whether or not
characteristics
they're
that
having
control.
happened.
So all of
It
these
seems
things,
like a bit of a
things that are real,
stretch.
they kind
The
of run
rules
to
help to
upset
unify
us.
many countries.
On the other hand, if you look at the top, I like and respect the heat you have to read
Push
upside
them
down.
together.
Try
Everything that you see in
impudence,
China
right,
today was a part of the Mongol
hate,
Empire. They put together
wide
North China,
awakeness
South
and
China,
cowardice.
Tibet, Manchuria,
Cowardice is a
and
terrible But that's
it was a
like
little
the
bit
opposite
larger
set
under the Mongols.
of characteristics
Even so
of
many little
opposite temperature. Over
kingdoms
here
and
you have
duchies and
moistness.
dukedoms. And the
If
center
you're
of it,
moist, you have valor, joy, love,
they shifted the focus out
liberality,
of
and
Ukraine and
goodwill.
more towards
And
what
if
we
you're
call
dry, then you have wrath,
again, the
jealousy,
process of
niggardliness,
unification that had a great impact
grief,
on the
and hard-heartedness.
in a way,
And this
it's a
is
new
the whole
creation.
map,
Yes,
which
it
is
does arrive
to this book of Meaning.
but also, I think we
It
need to
talks
look
about
where
how let's say
so
dryness, which
debilitated
is by the way
and so
associated with
corrupted
earth in terms of
and so
the
decayed.
and with black walls in terms of the four
Lack of
humors,
fiber.
then you've got to definitely work on developing a
easy
little bit
to
more
comprehend.
moistness.
Okay,
Maybe you'll get some glycol or water in there, and that can
He was
sort of like
conquering the
pull you over
decayed
to this side. But
dynasty.
try to avoid
When the
getting
Mongols
too
conquered
cold in it, make
Baghdad
sure
and
you've got
over
enough
to the
heat in
Caliph,
there, and the
they
idea
were
is to
conquering
somehow
a
lift
very
yourself to
decayed
an ethical
institution.
center.
No
Very
one likes
complicated
war, and I certainly don't like war,
metaphysical
but I'm not
understanding
100%
of the
against
entire
certain things
physical
that are
universe,
harsh.
the matter, and how to align it with
People
will
are
or
going to do it
form
for their
in
own
order to achieve. Bringing that complicated, weird, I deeply enriches the understanding of this poetry. He was really, in my humble opinion, a
That's interesting, for
philosopher
example,
first,
in
and a poet
Afghanistan,
second.
we were there for about 20 years.
Primarily
We had
as a
made the
poet.
what I mean when I say that the ramifications of that time
Reason,
are
perhaps
still with us.
because he was so
We
popular
don't
among
even see
Christians,
it.
and he received early
When
Latin
Saddam Hussein
translation
went on
that
television for the last
he was
time in
more of this
Iraq,
kind of like pop
played with his
wisdom
people.
associated with
He
being
said the
Gabriel.
Mongols
Does not have anywhere to find a
have
place
returned.
among
The
thinkers
Mongols
in
have
the
returned.
in these little bitty
I
books.
can see
The
it,
test
I
of
don't
good
accept it.
manners is to be patient
but I can
with
see how
bad
people
manners.
think. If we can be honest
Again,
with
ironic
ourselves
in the
and
sense
strip
of
away
what
our
people
own
what Ezra has to say about it,
Perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
and Ibn Gabriel also took the photograph that was behind
Of China, very
If
important
you
stuff
want
in
to
the
keep
history of
something,
China
close
today.
it to your
And
friend.
then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about.
I
The
remember
ideas
when I
of
was
religious
studying in
freedom,
England, they told me
the
there's
post-war
something
network,
called
the
an
trade
Oxford
routes,
secret.
all this.
There's
There's a lot of
apparently an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time.
conquest
And
of
it's
the
obviously
Mongol
not a
Empire.
secret
We'll
at
talk
all.
about that, but let's linger
One
on
of them
the
said, don't
happier
use those
topic
if
for a
that's
few
the other one.
moments. Like we were talking
A
about
wise
Carl,
man's question is how
critical
from the
your
question
work,
of
like critical, as
and then
being
finally,
to
man is wise only as a
positive
ticket
impacts inaccurately, but not giving enough airtime or describing the brutality.
it turns
So
out
can you understand his criticism?
we come to the Tuesday lecture. Ibn
Steve,
Gabriel is one of the
Steve,
most
man,
characters.
I'm very smart, man. I respect him very much. So I like him tremendously.
His poetry,
And he's right.
which he began to write at a very young
That
age,
is not
had
what I
a
want to
phenomenal
stress.
influence.
It's not that I want to
Liturgy,
deny the
particularly
killing.
even today among
It's not that I want
Sparta.
to deny the
His
warfare.
philosophy,
But that's pretty
ironically,
much the same everywhere in the world.
basically
And how much
lost
do
to
we need
Jewish
to
thought
say
for about
about
900 years, but
how
was
the
picked
wall
up
was
by the
broken
Christian
down,
scholastics,
how
most
this
notably
unit
St.
was
Thomas
defeated,
Aquinas,
and all?
and this
No,
there
it's
they
what comes
achieved a fame
afterwards.
that
You
far
know, just as
eclipsed
the story of our life begins far earlier than it goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation and you are ruling over hundreds, China, Russia, Middle East, you do not do that through you conquer them through warfare. But you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you said, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest war. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 100 years.
And there is a point that you correctly identified, also about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there is a sophisticated, deep culture within that as well. There's all the different kinds of peoples that came from this stuff.
I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize we tend to have two categories for them. They show them in conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in one world, in which there would be one set of supreme law where all people could follow their own rule. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey the great things of the sky, and things like that about his vision. And I think very few people history had a vision. And I look around in my life since the time of Roosevelt's death. I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have we're gonna have a better life. And,
Thank you very much for coming. It's something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until the breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachya, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Chobos HaLevavos, the Duties of the Heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 15 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week it was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the Ibn Gaviro lectures. If you like it, because the rest of the internet is getting them, it's only for you guys. But let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right. Although I have to say, it's probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi sort of cultural mythology is a town that is filled with stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was trying to tell. About the Chelm table one morning, and the father drops a piece of bread on the floor. And they look down, and he's shocked. His wife and his kids come over, look, and it landed butter side up. I don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, they dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know they move it. They end up, they decide to go talk to or something that's deeply troubling like this. Got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, are you sure? Witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing. He says, okay, I have to go. So the rabbi goes into the area in his home, and he pulls out a big home, Talmud and things like that. These people was kind of gathered around the rabbi's house, and they don't know what it means. Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi religious from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's always beaming, and he says, I have the answer. They say, what is it, Rabbi? He says, you uttered the wrong sound. There's a Jewish humor. Okay, maybe I'll save the other joke until later if I find the next place. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment. Glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare just to before beginning today. Our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. For Rothschild, which is a healing for more than at the end of this lecture with more kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal. See some of the people, parents, parent-teacher interviews show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here again the week after. One last good and well thing. So this is more for the internet. This audience, but they get through and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes and I get late. And it's faced of a part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are descended from the Khazars, are leftists, they hate history, and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I took a he's throwing good and welfare. Let's go straight to about the specific topic. It's kind of like the classic printing of Rabbbi in the late 20th century. Barely died. We have a hint, one word. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page. Torah's of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew, it's the do. It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. But anyway, that's the title. Teachings of the We have relied on the 12th Hebrew translation that we'll look at in the next slide. So we know he's a our teacher, Rabbeinu. This term Rabbeinu was actually a fairly high level honor. Very few Jewish history received the term Rabbeinu. The Hasidic movement, I think, such that but every Hasidic leader becomes a Rabbeinu. But before the 9th century, in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moses. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled Beit Chet Yud Yud. In the Kidot, the vowels of translation of even, which is the closest we have. Arabic classics into Hebrew. 12th century, when the come in and the Muslim persecution of Arabic leaders are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides, we saw before, Yehuda Levi so even and his children and his grandchildren very first work of Sephardic, he chose this to be difficult because for the start, what ended up being a massive translation project was this particular work. And then just to make it a little more complicated, Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. Actually, a typical sample in one Hebrew text. On this third day, which is for fun. Let's see. How's it look? Yeah. Can you read it okay? What if I do like this? Okay. So the on the top there's the but because even people, as he mentions in his introduction, he wants very much to try and preserve Rabbeinu Bechia as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comma. And so you have all these philosophic terms that readers, but don't make sense to Hebrew readers. It's very difficult. So do well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tended to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more words to explain. Just a little bit easier to access. There is an English translation as well. It's the published like all time. Another edition that I can find, an English edition. But the problem with working with a translation is that already a step back from the original. But that's how we actually look at the Lord. And that's where I should go on to the next slide. Zaragoza, also spelled with S's. We also notice that there's some strong similarities. A couple pounds of work of even Gabriel that we speak, so means that one borrows from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Kind of bizarre. Like, remember that square we looked at, the five different, or four different transit traits and the four different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Slovakia. The scholar Diane Lobel, who will speak on in a second, she estimates that on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rabbeinu Bachya as the previous generation, more or less was in ballpark the authorship of this book around 10 AD. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay. So at this point, we have to pause and have a discussion about what is this book, why is it so distinct and special. This is an amazing 19th century painting by Karl Schleicher. The title is Eine Streitsfrage aus der Talmud, and it translates as a controversy question out of the Talmud, meaning a machlokas from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitsfrage. You know, it sounds like a controversy, like Streitsfrage so big. I gotta. I speak German. I sound angry, and she wants me to tone it down somehow. German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to figure out what we're saying. They figure it all out. They know everything. Anyways, okay. So this is a picture my grandmother Rothschild used to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows, rabbis engaged in a Talmudic discussion. Now, besides that very short art history moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy? Look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, and as White had put it, all philosophy is footnotes to Plato. Philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe starting from zero. Take premises, develop syllogisms, you have propolysis, synthesis, all kinds of different models to try and create an understanding of the fabric of epistemology, metaphysics, like that. But ultimately, philosophy ends with the search for wisdom, and that is in fact philosophy. And what characterizes from Plato is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. And in order to know anything, we must start from zero. That's why undergraduates love it so much, because it's like being being in the sandbox, and you have nothing created, and you have to build it up from nothing. On the other hand, is it fair to say is a Jewish activity? For the modern era, I would say no. We use the term Jewish philosophy, but Jewish philosophy does not start from zero. Jewish thought, we can use that word probably more appropriately, that term. Jewish thought starts from some, what the Germans call Grundlage, like a foundation points. There are places where you got to start. You got to start with, for example, Revelation. You start with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises which are and we build from there. What practical outcome of our understanding of this universe, that goes into Jewish. That's why we have such a profoundly deep legal tradition, because we explore the material and real implications of the foundational principles which we were given. A true story, I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every year in Law 1, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying, they're in law school, and they're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts and, dark pants and things like that. And the professor, who's a fairly well-known professor, he does a survey class, and at the end of the class says, and before young men from the rabbinical seminary, please come down and speak with me privately. So after all the other students file out, and, the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, apparently the professor says to him, listen, you leave me alone, and I'll. So we have a very extensive legal tradition, per se, philosophy, the way the Greeks understand. We have started. When you get to the modern era, which we're not going to get to today, you will find philosophers who like to start all over, who like to say, I'm going to tear down everything that existed before and try to build it up in a way that's somehow Jewish, but that's not our agenda. Today, we're looking at what would be in the medieval environment. And that's why I think that's our tradition, because it is really the first work that synthesizes the disparate material of internal spiritual ethical life in a single study. Let me explain what I mean. As I mentioned earlier, we have a deeply sophisticated legal tradition, which begins from verses in the Torah. It goes through applications in the rest of the Bible. The Talmud discusses it. The rabbis is about now being prepared in the 11th century, 12th century. You begin to say the Mishnah, Torah, and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way. What's the context? What's the bottom line? How am I supposed to behave given these conditions? But the idea of just that's not the gems of spiritual insight that may be collected in a few places, a little bit like now and then you'll see a glimmer of kind of the spiritual life, but it's overwhelmed, just like there are stars in the sky, but we should think systematically about our internal lives with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Kavod to Levavot is all about. So I'm not going to talk about, how you shake the lulav or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how you should, be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's a deeply mystical and fascinating work, and it is completely path-breaking. So it's totally new, and it starts a whole genre, which, depending on who you ask, is probably best called Musar literature. The whole idea of personal development starts with Chovos Levavos, not earlier. My wife and my daughter had a little text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say, way to have domestic disputes. Having an argument over sex is great because nobody interrupts you, typing. I love it. Not that of course, my wife and I only disagree about once every decade or so. But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabad here in Crown Heights, she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp, and actually it was a family WhatsApp, and my wife wrote back and said, "Oh, that's a nice piece of Musar." And my daughter wrote and said, "No, it's a nice piece of Hasidus." Right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Chovos Levavos. It all starts with Rabbeinu. So let's just think together about how we live spiritually. Our task is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the contents of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, Chovos Levavos, with the gate metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those of Chovos Levavos, are named after gates. So one of those, obviously, I don't know what say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmed of verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh, clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well, specifically the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of Jewish values. And this stuff just slips in without any comments. I'll give you a couple of examples. Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham Ben Rambam, wrote works that are, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict and Israel. And we look at them. God forbid we don't want to look at them, but occasionally, show you an example. Oh, let's just jump to the example and I'll come back to the grid gate. So here we go. Teaching, which Diana Lobo that I showed you earlier, who wrote it short. The 9th century, within Abachia, the story is cited in 11 Bad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, "Tell me about God." Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, Akotu, that's actually a technical Muslim term, and I just made that up. That's because I had a typo, sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you can get away with things like these. Tell me about God. What is he? Yaakov responded, he said, God is one. Right, that's definitely something I should say. What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? And he gives a strange answer. On the lookout. And that's funny. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. God created. As for the description of the creator, Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book by Robert Bernstein, which now let's read from Rabbbi and read in Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago there was scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, probably it's anyways, the question that was asked about the creator, Mahu, what is he? But Amar, the answer is Echad, one God. Amar Shoel, so the question asked, the Echu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Echu, how is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amaro, Melech Gadol, a great king. Pretty straight translation. He said to him, where is he? It's Sepia. So Sepia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sofet, right? At Sofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. You know, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home. You know, that's what you say. You don't say, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's not simple. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobo explains, you can't ask where God is, but ask that question to misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't say in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Then the teaching goes, we are what are you doing? I asked you where he was. Oh, so the wise one said, Shiltani b'midot ha'ela shmurot al-midot ha'ela lo-gavra. B'nibra, sorry. Below our boyre. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place that is not his reality. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that the Nabaki will bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the value values of Andalusian Spain that allowed for the communication of Muslims and Jews who were spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the Forbidden Gate in itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate is one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. In my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, is that there's a modern translation of the Tibor of the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's about a 30-page introduction, a series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. Don't read this chapter. This is what this rabbi said. Don't read this chapter. This other rabbi said, don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially with someone like my wife, if you say a chapter is forbidden, well, she's of course going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once fought. Sorry for sharing. We once fought a book on marital happiness. My wife and I have been married almost 30 years now. We bought a book on marital happiness. It was divided into two halves. The first half was the book for his husband. The second half was the book for wife. Written by his wife. And so we agreed that I would read the first section, and I read it diligently, just read it in real time. I wrote the notes and stuff like that myself, and I gave her the book, and she read. I figured she would read the next section, and we talked about it. Instead, she read the men's section, just all of the notes, and before reading her section, she had to, query me about what did you write down. So why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is the duty of your heart, trying to understand your relationship to God, and you are working in a platonic philosophical way of starting from zero, what is the question you want to ask? Who is God? What is God? That's what I'm about. Who is God? And that's a very hard question to answer, even with occasional Sufi thought. In fact, it descends to what scholars tend to call negative theology, because the only way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by not. God is not limited. God is not born. God is not. If God is infinite, what else can you say about it? Basha asks a lot of simply, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, a emunah pshuta, and belief in a creator Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why most yeshivas actually read section 11. Similarly, the opening sections of Maimonides, Yad Chazakah, the Mishnah Torah, the section on Yesodei Torah, the whole book, Guide for the Perplexed, all kinds of difficult philosophical books like these are kind of like adored and revered, but not studied. You got to study it privately with the rabbi who really knows and so on. That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about. Now, I want to say one other cool thing about Sufism here that I really find fascinating. So, how is it possible that such a frum Sephardi Dayan, a judge of Sephardi, could borrow from the Muslims and incorporated into Yiddishkeit. And as I began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature, that Venusian Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say that maybe not. Maybe this is actually something about Jewish culture that we still enjoy today. I have more to say about this Babylonian, about how it transitioned to Christian Europe, but I would like to draw to your attention a popular song that you may have heard. In fact, if you walked 6 or 8 months, heard Despacito. It means and Despacito means slowly. If you're not thinking about the Spanish and not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you have to watch a video, which I do not recommend, kids stay far away from it. It's a Latin love song. It's totally inappropriate. It doesn't get any close to appropriate. Despacito. Nevertheless, check out this video. David, we can leave it running, but I'm going to actually cut this out of the internet version. I'll put the link in here. There's copyright versions of my video and video I get. So here is a Jewish take on Despacito's pause to step down. Wow. מי כעמך ישראל גויה אחת בארץ. Totally not okay. So we like the words, but totally transvalue it. So we eat the food and we throw away the food. I just think for a second, 100 years, you may have, in the back of some library in the digital archive, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. So then you go to a Jewish day school, and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it'll be alive and fresh. Voice, like real chiyus to it. And because we live as a minority, because we live in a multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like grab things that have value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish, like egg rolls. So that's what I like to think is happening with Rabbeinu Bachya, using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound, and he says, you know what, I can talk and take that, and he brings it into his work, and now it's become a Jewish classic. I don't know Muslim history well enough. So Rabbeinu Bachya's work, it's still being alive and studied just 3 blocks. So these are the gates that he describes in the gates as you slowly climb to a higher madrega, a higher level of self-awareness, perfection, and a spiritual purity. God's purpose here. The first gate we talked about, which is which is referring to the unity of God. Then the next gate he gets to is called the gate of discernment. This is also a fascinating evolution kind of thing. It's very much about science. Someone says if you want to know God, what did God give us to know about God? God gave us this amazing universe that we live in. He says, so you got to study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolab that was like the big invention today. It's like the iPhone of the day. You have to know iPhones. They're great. What you can do with them. the natural world, and you have to appreciate biology, and you have to appreciate all these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God through our. This is one of my favorite passages. He goes to, for example, human development. How amazing it is that children develop in mother's wombs, and they don't need to. Let me just translate this one part. I actually told my wife as I stage of childishness to hold on, ain't I awesome, and his parents are not disgusted with him. Hang on, Mr. Rothschild, Rothschild, Rabbim, and they don't get angry with him because he needs so much. And they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they've sacrificed for him. They have a feeling that he probably wrote this when he was the parent of teenagers. And the fact that they give him everything he needs, they protect him from all harm. The fact is, the parent now that he's on adolescent. He may have backwards until he becomes adult. Until he becomes and wants to speak and put himself in the unit, I think. But it is like that's one of the evolutionary stages. It's so amazing. God created this universe that parents don't throw out their teenagers. Anyways, so that's in the gate of discernment. It's all about discern in the case of like see what the universe has to offer and understand. Very powerful. The third gate, this is called the gate street. It's because someone's typing this in the solar scheme. So okay, so now you understand a little bit about God as you see God in the universe. We'll get to work. It's about now applying yourself and not just showing up in truth for many. How to daven properly. How to like put your soul into what you're doing. Wow. The fourth gate is perhaps the most studied of anything in the book. I went through it today. It's transformational as always. The gate of trust, like many times. How to trust God. It's very, very hard. We have more time. Such a sense of wellness, such a sense of calm versus my friend, because God phenomenal classic work of the more modest. And finally, the ultimate game of the God, which is also where my monodities end. His family of repentance, learning to love God. Much more than we can say. Time that we have here. The only thing that we have in the Bhakti is two words. Passage, which is called the Rebuke, the Tokaka. Very beautiful poetic passage of 2 pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul. The first person speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to like focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the Bakasha, which is after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. He has a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, he exhorts people to read the Toshacha and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity, cycles of songs and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally have not to pull us before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know who actually follows this regimen.
So they can't boil rice.
I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends to see if they can enlighten me as to who actually follows that I think would be wonderful to provide. In the rabbi's own words in Hebrew at the end of the book.
With his pen
No, I'm like,
So I hope this inspires everyone. Pick up over the Bible if you've not read it yet and make your way through it. Skip over the first chapter. You don't need to go through the second chapter. But it is a work of phenomenal creativity, and it's quite unique in that it starts out as one of the genre in Jewish literature, focusing on self-knowledge and self-development, spiritual growth that will really flourish in so many different ways. There are really 4 different schools of Musar that developed from the Rothschild, each is very different, catering to a different kind of personality. Halachic Musar, Maimonides, for example, Musar with the Cordovero, but the idea is it all really comes back to Rothschild. I feel extremely grateful for the opportunity to discuss this tremendous book and this great. I look forward to learning with you in 2 weeks. Meeting next week, as I remind you, and I hope you all have a fantastic
killing a child and his pet parent in order to save honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? But all one ugly lady.
Sure, there's probably has become the institution that can corrupt the army weekend politician class have lost their skill. Confidence and
Losing the men
make her way.
I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe
Shoreline
if objective
well, I think
the confidence of it, but it's probably the Chinese perspective because then they tell the stories.
very often scholars depict Empress Shield as a traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years.
with the kind of bright, motivated,
And so she did not betray. She protected the emperor she was supposed to protect. It was the man who developed.
So what was the lasting impact of America on China?
all the way from
China, the largest with Korea. Second
their identity,
and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia. When he had China, it was unified under him. Different merchants. He organized a fleet to send Testament. Go away. To marry the One generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, I mean, it had to go purpose, and that was, he had this whole huge strong army, and now he's the new enlightened global who doesn't slaughter. So he's got, what's he going to do? Reliable, not safe. So he sends a bunch of them into the Amur River, or puts down the Russian Far East, we call some here in English, the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into he wanted to create an agricultural farm in Japan, in northern China. And part of the reason is they organize it in a long market scene. So let's make this from say they have a head, but there's no center. The chick has gone away.
Set that aside, most of our discussion on that topic was
center.
and I will tell you that
Again, the center
tried to tell
in
us
command. No, he's in the two.
public now.
Well, clear.
Yeah,
They're arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. Lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses.
situated
It's aggressive and a lot of silk screen. Being later showing these impressive battles.
It's situated
High
in town
phone,
Falmouth,
Roman
called
Navy, the final man, had defeated the Mongols.
This show
Japanese deserve
is about
credit.
Çocuklar soru gibi hissettiren
horse thief.
masum bir soru var mı?
One night he's going to a barn.
Fiyat da
He
şu.
finds a horse
Already,
there.
the Japanese had
İki sigara çıkıyor.
And so he takes the horse
and
and
they knew
leaves
that
it
at
outside
night
of the
they could
barn.
fire
And as the
flaming
horse is going
arrows
out, the horse
and
kicks
ships set
and
them
he
on
knocks
fire. They were doing
So the Jews
huge
living next
invasion
door
of Japan.
Böyle bir
Soldiers.
just to rush into the woods with
He
the
didn't
horse,
kill them all.
but the Jew doesn't give up. He starts looking around. He starts
The problem was
going out to the glade of trees there, and he says, and the farmer says,
was coming to near the end of
the
life.
horse
And one of them wanted to get out.
the farmer
Ready
says,
to God allowed them to sail this expedition
what happened to you?
değil mi?
Yeah,
Şu çakallarda bir
yes,
şey
I
mi
am your
böyle?
horse. I am kind of horse. I was
İnsan olarak
on the spot.
ben bu yöre bir kaçı oldum.
And so they went, and then began the whole session of trading back and forth, back and forth.
I was not very honest, and I stole from people, and so as a punishment, I was reincarnated as a horse. And I was sent to work for an honest person like you, and to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt
But
has
his
been completely
grandfather had gained a couple
paid
times.
equal, and now it's transformed into a human
And he
being.
cured him of drinking.
And the farmer,
But actually, he was not
incredulous
drunk
skunk like
later
he
on.
is,
He
it's
was
so amazing the
first he
story.
knew
He says this is
reassembled the whole
fantastic. I
empire.
have to
He
bring you
did.
inside
Sokaktan bir şey
to
The
represent.
Lord
Because
declared
they
that
hate
he
it,
had
they sit
recognized
down
him
at
as
the
great
table,
on
they
his
feed
name
him,
of the
and they
Lord.
call him
Bir şey yapacağım.
The Chagatai
of
Central
course, he makes up the whole story,
Asia,
just like
they
that.
declared on
And
him.
at the end of the night, he says,
The
listen, so what's
Khanate
the
was
book?
already away.
I really do have to
All
go.
declared was that he had reassembled the empire and he had the greatest navy in the world. And he sent out envoys to every place they had a time or traded with. To say, that era is over. We're no longer anybody. We're changing from conquest. We want to trade with you. Come to China. Bring your goods. We're going to trade with you. He instituted to all kinds of things
even
going
checks
back
that
and
we
forth,
hear that was
all the way,
thick from
I'd say all the way to
earlier
Africa, goes from Hormuz, they have connection to Somaliland, and some people say Kenya already. Very wide.
right, but okay, I'll keep practicing until I get that check right.
Yes, with all the accents, all the
Okay, thank you,
they were
Mr.
playing
Squire, for our
the
lecture.
soldiers. China. Very reliable. Where he's not reliable, you kind of tell, like, because he didn't. My Chinese sources or what pieces were romantic. Very good.
So the name,
However,
it's a Latinization
I believe
of
the best work
related to
dictated person in the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill, wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco. That was because he talked about cities of millions. This is 20th century, right? Versus the idea of a philosopher king, which it's a Marco Polo. It's a symbol. It says excellent judge of quantity.
in a very dramatic fashion. And the
For the
world
rest,
ended up
we should go
the
conquer them
Iberian
now. tell you. The way so many things worked out, there was a
This is your grandson, by the way.
we've returned to that.
Like the
We used to
grandfather
know each other in equal terms. Long time the West was so dominant, and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism
you'll
and the
recall,
eternal
when we
rise
spoke about
and
the
other
lecture about
things.
his
Not just equality, but there's moral balance.
And again, there's
planetary bodies,
a lot of
understanding of
room.
so on.
Energy
And
for division
astrology of
that
those
the East
planetary
is
bodies
demonized in the West. And
you know, fading off into
one of the
horoscopes.
great regrets I have
We did see with
that I hope
Ezra
to
also a little bit
is
earlier
just
in
how
this, but
little
also
I
very much
understand
straddling
China and the East.
scientific and
Just
the
sort of not just from
superstitious
economics,
element of
politics.
approaching the stars, although
You know,
there
reading a
is
few
a very
books, but like the way you
of
understood and
respecting
felt the Mongolian steppe,
planetary bodies.
like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like
Ezra perhaps
from
gave
that
us
understanding there could be integration.
From the last book I wrote,
one of
we
the
still
several
I really did not go to jump in there. Our stuff. I really did not. I'm an outsider. I respect for that culture, even if I disagree and they point this one as a hero and that one as a villain. I disagree and they'll say, oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history and they probably right. It's quite possible. But as an outsider view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happened in that part of the world, just as I'm respectful towards Jason and Empire, I respect China very much. I'm American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture. There are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything about the members of your own family. I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making the effort to understand, even if we understand, just to make the effort to understand, will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And sometimes dismayed, I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help. They're an NGO, they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need a little bit more humble and try to put us on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it evolve?
Despite the fact that the world Jeduhan had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of that, and they had the trade going on. The Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got absorbed into that world. So in ways, the examples lingered on longer on people in Asia, but it got weaker and weaker. They weakened to the point that they just became empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me criticize them. They had to do a Tang dynasty, but it is a true system, and that's the ministry today. Russia, the many other things in Russia. Mountain is a murder. Mom is a person, an animal, and Jin is a person takes an animal. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that there's always a great, powerful strand of understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Gomagilov is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas. But I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had a great influence there, but it was weakened. Bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China. Absorbed into China. The Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. One time they captured the main end, took back to Mongolia, and they tried to raise it here. And the Chinese I think that was the Greek. Everything in history, everything that's bad, and everything that's bad seems to have something under a great system that united. And it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly, and it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the system. And all of these people ruled by Mongol system, and now the system collapsed. We don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran and Afghanistan. The Hazara people were still descended from the Armenians. And in Russia, but then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. They've been there for hundreds of years. And then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. So many Mongols people, they were still lots of exposure, squatting around the fire, drinking fermented milk, eating dry curds.
The Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries. And they took on the horse, riding the
Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. So it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China have been used to just eating and had been producing much for 150 years.
We talked about Dan Carlin, Genghis Khan's army, the greatest military force in history, and many other historians agree.
one arm with the top of that building, the way it looks into
Genghis Khan
to
would
your naked eye,
basically
and you line up
beat every single army,
horizontal with the bottom of that mountain.
and you mentioned
Then when
Sarai,
you've got
Napoleon. There's
there's
this
there's a whole place on scale and calculate how tall that
several
big
hours to
building
set
is
up
and
the
how
chess
far away it
pieces
is.
on the military board.
Same thing with
I mean, you could just
planetary bodies.
imagine what
You can
Genghis
measure
Khan
how
and
big the moon is, how far the moon is from
the
other
speed of
planets.
everything
All
would
kinds
go
of
to
amazing things
Napoleon.
that were,
So,
impossible.
I guess the question is where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan
Power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
lessons
There's basically at this time we're still
is
working with
applicable to
medieval
modern warfare?
and
Oh, I think there's a very good lesson.
definition of the
Opposite strength. First, you take the country. Their country meaning they think their country. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, the city cannot live out the next city. Americans, they say, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad country from back there. So they go in and never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. This is something that worked in Europe. World War II. Yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because it was a city, the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that. And supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city. You cut off the food from the city. What's this going to surrender? The Americans were applying something called Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq, or Vietnam, or even Northern Korea, or Cambodia, or Laos, or Syria, or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple hours, we went in, conquered the little town.
The idea of wisdom
Otherwise, chased out of every country with tail between them.
to take hold.
We dropped more bombs on Cambodia
Da Vinci,
than we dropped on Germany.
Michelangelo were doing it all.
Hard to
Maybe
believe.
we should specialize
We
because
dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you just don't framework put you on. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and
one of the most important
you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing.
was in bringing,
Because of their
we saw
chemical
in an earlier
warfare
lecture
of
we talked
America.
about
Of America.
bringing Greek
So
wisdom
we still do it, but we don't
Arabic
want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender.
Arabic
Well, I mean, we're the war, not to win the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all us. When we go into Afghanistan, we're fighting. We're going to bring democracy. We're going to free the women. There's absolute sheer incentive. We use chemical warfare to kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. We killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers in my war.
science for Christian readers.
Well, that doesn't count.
He's having a
He didn't die on the battlefield. We didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is wrong.
which the Jews were
We just
required to
paper
wear
war.
after
Explain it, George.
It was designed to kill all vegetation. We're going to kill all the vegetation. That way they can stop moving up through the jungle and they can stop. Nobel Prize winner. Yes, what he did to Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. That bombing was just absolutely. So he comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out most of people were starving. Literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving. The animals are being killed and deformed children by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the family down with them in an emotional trauma. We did that to our home. So yeah, warfare. I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide something more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a friendly fire,
made its way into Christian Europe, where people are
it's the measure against what goes on today. Statue of him. And this 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia. On how to smash. The weapon.
The truth is somewhere between, back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it.
How so much is about it. They had so much wealth distributed to everybody. Everybody's being given all kinds of things, for what they have done. And you He seemed to decline from that point. And it took some number of months before August of 1227. It was very much as was running the camp. And they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the RGO was usually going to be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole.
All these tremendous figures. My mom, you call that a middle of there. Nevertheless, the succession were catching up.
Was always he did not have the right to appoint a successor.
How is this done?
It was not
Primarily
the
through
way. He
wage.
could nominate.
You would typically have
So before he set off for the Middle Eastern
Christian who would
one of his
reading Bible.
you've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future.
And
So he did. He called his sons together.
romance language.
So this is the
And
oldest boy was born while the father was allied with his
you also
uncle.
have some individuals who would know
And
all
he was
three,
named
but
Visitor
the
Zutsch.
majority of these translations were done by
And then
in
the
partnership
next
with
one was Chagadat.
and they would do this
That
thing,
was
by the way. So it was a Jew if you hold an
So was
inheritance,
the father of Kublai Khan, but he was like his boy.
or something like that, which
So
was
all four
not
of them
in
came.
itself
So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the success.
We're not going to be able to publish
Mongols
anything
always
yet.
call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve the young They was a heavy drinker. Chagade was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all. Very common. You can imagine kind of scene. Actually, the way the secret history like it was sure.
Train
The words directly, they let somebody else.
you had home life and you had many other things, but just not the tables.
Right.
That somehow allow
not good at recording yet. The boy said to me, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Yeah, so I end up Jiggy took the great judge who wrote The Secret History. Jiggy was sleeping on a cart one time. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan for the Mongol Empire. Unfortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and Genghis Khan had to set up very powerful with his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very able wives. And from a good day, he had a wife who wasn't even his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by, a certain clan or something. When he had a very intelligent woman named Rothschild, and then she was more or less ruling in his last few years, and then after he died, she ruled the empire.
Yo, what up? How are you?
Hey,
What's good, son?
I am good.
How'd you find out about me?
YouTube.
Oh, tight. How's your day going?
Great. How's yours?
Wonderful, thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, I don't. Tell me.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. Sure that we're able to give you enough money to have generational wealth. How does that sound?
It sounds great because of the Serbia protests we have.
Dog.
I don't understand. Please
Sure.
say it again.
Are you having a good time? A good time?
Uh,
Are you?
best.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Uh, well, Muslim.
You do something. What do you like to do? But when you like to do?
Sure.
Like, do you like to golf? Do you like to run? Do you like to play with animals? What do you like to do?
I like to go and bicycle with my friend.
Oh, bicycling. Okay, very. Is that fun?
Yes, yes.
Are you good at riding a bicycle?
Yes, I am.
beach bikes? What do you like to ride?
Whatever I have, mostly these older bicycles.
Okay, what's a socialist bicycle?
Well, those are the socialist bicycle in Hungary or Yugoslavia.
Oh, so it's like 30 years old?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Do they run really well? Do they still work?
Yes, yes, they work. You can hardly ruin it.
Hilarious. It's built very well.
What?
It's built very well.
Yes, it is. It's more stable than the usual bikes.
Oh, very cool. All right. So you like to ride bikes. What else do you like to do?
Well, back in Serbia, where they allowed it, I shot with my father.
Can you repeat that?
Well, back in Serbia, where they allowed it, I shot with my father.
Oh, okay. You like shoot guns?
Yes, with my father.
Is that fun? Oh, tight. What kind of guns do you like to shoot?
Well, I like the AK-47 and the 74
Oh, wow.
variant too.
Wow. Big guns.
Well, but they have a lot of recoil. Sometimes it hurts, you know.
Yeah. No, I get you. All right. And do you like to